Alright, so here goes nothing. This is going to be 4 guys, 1 round per day, and we're going to be dropping it as a video series. Is this the most craziest thing I've done? I don't know. I guess it's up to you guys in the comment section below to let me know. Or the live chat, because these are all going to be premiered each and every day. 1 round of 4 guys per day. Now, with the recent talks of 4 guys, now will this continue to be a game that continues throughout 2026 and beyond? Will this game still be around in 2027 like we know it? Well, I guess we'll have to find out together. What is your opinion on the whole 4 guys Mediatonic situation? Is the game shutting down? Is it going into autopilot? Or are we just waiting for something huge that we all are assuming is the worst? Maybe there's an update we don't know about. Who knows? I don't work for Mediatonic. But as you can see now, we are going to qualify for Seesaw. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of 4 guys. Woo! Another day, another round. Here we go with Cosmic Highway, a map that was in the vault for 999 days. And speaking of the vault, I do believe there's only a few maps left in the vault that do include Puzzle Path, Wall Guys, Block Party. From the maps that are currently in the vault, which one do you want to see unvaulted next? Or do you want the remaining maps that are left in there all to be unvaulted at once? Could you imagine 4 guys, but with every single Unity map unvaulted? That would be absolutely crazy. With all the variations that we have seen return to the game, which is your favorite as well? Please let me know in the live chat or the comment section. We are getting very, very close towards the end of this round. We're doing alright, but I don't want to jinx myself. No! You gotta be kidding me. That makes me very, very sad, very, very upset. Oh my goodness, we're doing okay. We just need to get on track here. Beautiful stuff. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of 4 guys. Another day, another round. Here we go with Speed Slider with 8 to qualify. Will I be able to qualify? As in this series, I'll be going round to round, show to show, in hopes to obtaining a crown. And speaking of Speed Slider, I really want to bring up this whole debate once again. It is a divisive one. It is whether SS3 was a good season for the game. I mean, we did go through some content droughts. Yes, there were absolute banger maps. We did see a lot of water themed things involved with it. We saw a SpongeBob collab. I mean, who doesn't love SpongeBob SquarePants? But I'm always wondering where the division really lies. Do you think SS3 was a good season or not? Let me know in the live chat and the comment section. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of 4 guys. Another day, another 4 guys round that I will play as part of the series, and it's a finale, guys. It is time for 4 Mountain. And speaking of finales, guys, which is your favorite 4 guys final? Is it 4 Mountain? Is it another crown grab, for example, Lost Temple? Is it something that is a survival? Let us know in the live chat or the comment section, because this is going to be quite the speed run. Can I actually get to the finale here? This challenge continues. This is what, part 4 of this series? Damn. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of 4 guys. Another day, another round. Here we go with Big Vans. What a map this is, especially if you've ever played it in Extreme Solos. It's grueling. It's intense. It's very precise. And if it was Extreme Solos, you fall off the map, you're eliminated. With all those variables, this makes it one intense round. So guys, here is the next question. If seasons were to return in the near future, how would you direct the future of the game with Caesars implemented? Would you do seasons every 3 to 4 weeks? Would you do seasons every 2 to 3 months? Would you do one massive big season every 6? And maybe do mini updates in between? You guys are in charge. You're Mediatonic for this question. So, guys, let me know in the live chat or even the comment section, more preferably, how you would direct this game if seasons were brought back. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. Here we go with Slime Climb. What a great map this is for the game of Fall Guys. Just a great vertical level where the slime actually does rise. Does anyone remember, if you are a Legacy Season player, all the way back in LS1, the game was new, the game was fresh. It was a lot of fun at the time, still is. This used to be, in my opinion, the most difficult map to qualify in. I don't know how many times I attempted to get the qual and just got myself eliminated, whether that was making a mistake through obstacles on the map, whether that was falling off into the slime. Wow, we're actually going quite fast here. We might qual in first. The amount of times was countless. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. Here we go with Blast Ball, and this is a final 8 to be eliminated. Will I be the sole survivor? I guess we'll just have to find out. Can I get that one crown? Now, guys, tell me, what is your favorite type of rounds in Fall Guys? Use the live chat comment section. Either or does work. Is it survival? Is it course, or formerly known as a race map? Is it points? Is it logic? Me personally, I love survival. I just love the whole idea of eliminating other participants by using the map and its obstacles to encounter each other, to try and battle and survive. I really love that, feel to it. It feels very PvP. It feels very 1v1. In some scenarios, it's 2v1, 3v1. It might be 1v1v1. It might be 1v1v1v1 in a 4-person or more situation. You're going to have to add on more 1NVs with that one. Obviously, with the more scenario going into effect there. Don't get me wrong. I still love a good course map. I do love course maps that do include some sort of survival element to it. For example, like your slime climbs and slime scrapers, where there is a start and finish line, but if the slime does rise and you're in that slime or you fall into it, you are eliminated. So I really love that sort of concept too. Normal courses are fine. I've always been a massive fan of extreme solos, honestly, when it comes to shows. That would be obviously one of the shows I'd pick regularly if I was in a winner's choice custom lobby live stream of someone else's, if I was to be the winner. Extreme solos is just great because if you're off the map, you fall off, you're out. And it really doesn't matter how many rounds there are. If there's 32 beans and it's round 1 in that show, if 20 get eliminated, you never know. There could be a potential final. Either that next round or the round after. So I think it's great. The unpredictability when it comes to extreme solos as a concept show. And I've been eliminated. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. Here we go with Space Race. What a great map from the infamous SS2. What do you guys think of SS2 personally? I personally think SS2 was such a great season to start off with. Up until the game-changing elements to it, the vaulting of rounds, the removal of variations, as soon as we were getting used to all of that new stuff, new maps, new variations, a lot of the shows in customs definitely got impacted when most of the rounds got vaulted. I know there was reasons to it. There was switch issues, there was flashing lights and whatnot. Some maps just weren't working for one reason or another. I do get it. But what do you guys think of SS2? I thought it had a great start off, but like a week or two in, as soon as all that stuff started to happen for me personally, it did lose a lot of credibility points, in my personal opinion. So let me know in the comment section or the live chat. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. Here we go with roll-off. And now, guys, this is going to be quite the video where I talk about boring maps. And I dare say, this map has to be in that list of boring maps. Some people will say Blast Lannis is a boring map. Yeah, sure. But at least it has a lot more elements to it. This one is just moving parts, walls, and maybe a cannon if you're lucky. Some bumpers. Like, I don't know, at least in Blast Lannis there's more movement and there's more things that you can do. You can throw blast balls at least. I mean, that's something. There's spinning hammers that go left and right on certain platforms. Like, there are ways to make that map fun, and I don't think a lot of people capitalize and make it that way. But yeah, I'd put this in. I'd put Blast Lannis in. Big shots, even though it can be a challenge, I feel like I've got to throw that in the mix. I'm sorry, Big Shot fans. That's got to be thrown into the list of boring maps, quotation marks, in my opinion. You guys let me know in the live chat, the comment section, what are your top 3 most boring maps? We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round, and aren't you excited to see Blast Lannis? I'll tell you what, I am, because this is my video and I'm gonna have fun with it. I'm gonna entertain you guys with my yapping. Speaking of yapping, who are your favorite live streamers? And it doesn't have to be in the Fall Guys YouTube community. It doesn't have to be live streamers on Twitch that play Fall Guys or Stumble Guys or Among Us. It can be literally any single live streamer out there on the entire World Wide Web. Yes, Mosh did say World Wide Web in the big 25. Crazy, right? Because I haven't got much to talk about for this episode or for this map. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. Here we go. It is finals time. It is time for Jump Showdown. I dare say Jump Showdown, even though my lists aren't always set in concrete, I tell you what, in terms of favorite finals that are actually made by Unity, I tell you what, this does float around the top 5 quite often, I will admit. So I love this map. I love the dynamics of the map. I love the mechanics. I love the way that the beams sort of sync up both the top large one and the bottom more smaller one. At times, enough rotations will line them up, which does confuse players and will put people out of sync. The only thing is about this map is the fan variation. I'm not the biggest fan of. No pun intended. And I'm out. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. Here we go with Whirligig. At least I'm calling this map by its correct name. I do believe I called Roll Out, Roll Off in a previous episode of this series. Whoops. I do apologize on that. But here we go. It is round 1, 23 to qualify. I honestly, look, if I got $1 each time I played this map, I would be a multi-million billionaire. I tell you that much. Yeah, multi-million billionaire. Put it down, note it down. I made the term first. Yes, you heard it. Mosh in the big 2025, you know. Coming up with terminologies left and right. What is your favorite round 1 course map? Does this map match up to your favorite? Does it make top 3? Let me know in the live chat and the comment section. Let's go. Come on, Mosh. You've got this. Whoa. I'm mad. I'm irritated. I'm pissed. What the heck was that, Mosh? Oh my goodness. Bro's not even going to make it to the finish line here. Actually, you know what? We've quad. We're happy. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. Here we go with Hoverboard Heroes. Man, I seriously don't understand the hate for this map. Yes, I'm using that word. A lot of people do dislike and even hate this map. The only thing I can link it to is, yes, I understand it may be considered boring because there's not a lot happening, especially after you get past this part right here with the cannons and the later part of the map with the swinging bars. So I understand, I really do. But this is quite the classic map, especially if you're a Legacy Season player. This map has always been fun, especially with the right amount of people. I think some of these maps need a few more people from time to time, just to add more higher stakes. That's where body blocking and the occasional grab off the side of the map can be exciting, even if you do get eliminated due to that method. But yeah, honestly, guys, let me know what you think about Hoverboard Heroes. I think it's a classic. Oh! I nearly screwed up there. I mean, I rarely go down that way. I usually jump over the top, so I'm actually surprised I played like that. Yes, I'm using past tense because I'm actually recording lines post gameplay. I know that's crazy. Behind the scenes of Mosh in 2025. We're going to get first here. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. Here we go. It's finale time. It is Jump Showdown without a fan. And only 6 to be eliminated to be crowned the victor. To grab that W. That's what we need to do here. Can we do it? And I will say, as the last final of the last show was the same final, what do you guys think of the repetitiveness of Fall Guys? The repetition, if you will. Whether it's public games, whether it's customs, whether it's this, whether it's that, just playing Fall Guys in general, show to show, even if you're selecting different shows, unfortunately does mean a lot of repetition. A lot of the same rounds in the same order, so to speak. A lot of finals matching up, even though you just went from solos to squads, or duos to ranked knockout. Like, what's going on here? I wish there was a system where if you are playing games on Fall Guys, okay, whether it's public matches or customs, if you get the same show final, for example, 2 times in a row, it won't happen a 3rd time. And I'm gone, GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. Here we go with Roll On. And my question for all of you today is, what are your thoughts overall on ranked when it comes to Fall Guys? Are you a particular fan of ranked? Are you a competitive player or someone who wants to play casually in a party sort of format? Whether that's with friends on the couch or whether you just want to play a regular game with someone online. Now with ranked, we have seen 4 cycles thus far, very competitive endurance-based cycles. We have seen extreme solos feature, we have seen squad spectacular featured in ranked. Are you a fan? Let me know in the comments below or the live chat. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round, and I'm getting grabbed already. It is time for Full Tilt. At time of recording, guys, it is late 2025. We're in the 4th quarter of this year already. It is October, and as you may be aware, there is a huge discussion throughout the broader Fall Guys community about the future and the direction of this game. Whether it's talks about automation throughout 2026 and potentially beyond into 2027, there are talks about this game eventually shutting down at about the start of 2027 as well. And there is also talks, as of recent times as well, about this game being ported fully into Fortnite. And we have seen glimpses of Fall Guys in Fortnite already. However, there was a lot of complaints with the mechanics, how certain things were looking, including obstacles and skins, etc, etc. There's been lots of uses of the hashtag #SaveFallGuys. What is your opinion on the direction of the game? Let me know in the comments. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. Here we go with Skyline Stumble. Now, even if this game were to shut down in 2027 or be ported into Fortnite or wasn't a viable option for this channel going forward into the next few years, I want to make sure this series does continue for as long as possible. I am hoping to do this for 100 rounds, 200 rounds, 500 rounds, 1,000 rounds plus. I hope there's enough content for this series, so even if the game was shut down, this could run for the next 5 years. I know that sounds absolutely insane, but hey, we're doing knockout in this series, guys. It's 4 rounds per show. There is a lot of content that can be recorded, and this series could be a mainstay for the long term. So if you guys really enjoy this series, let me know. What would you guys like me to do if this game did shut down in terms of live streams? Do we go back to WWE 2K? Do we do some Minecraft? Do we do some more Roblox? Let me know in the comment section. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is time for Kraken Slam, and yes, this is a final. Can I get that crown? I guess we'll have to find out. 7 are to be eliminated if I was to get the potential W. Now, as you can see, I'm going to do some commentary here. I eliminate the mouse. What a grab, what a throw straight into the water. I'll tell you what though, instead of doing just pure commentary, as I nearly get another elimination there, I wish there was more elimination based levels with actual water involved. I know SS3 is over, I know there was a handful of maps involving the water theme, I know they introduced creative levels with some water elements to it as of recent times, but I'd love to see something similar to this, where if you fall into the water, not the slime, you are eliminated. I would absolutely love to see that become a reality, but with the lack of inclusions of creative maps and the fact that Unity isn't really viable for a new map to be created, I just don't see that happening. But I mean, there are some wonderful creators out there that can make fantastic creative maps. If you guys are able to potentially make a water survival based map, let me know. Or if you know of a map out there that exists that could definitely match the levels of a Kraken Slam, for example, that would be absolutely wonderful. Let me know in the comment section or the live chats, as all videos in this series will be premiered. And we're doing well. Eliminations are 5 out of 7. Mosh is still in there. Yes, guys, I am still in there. Could I get this W? Maybe. It would be the first one in the series. 6 out of 7. It is a 1v1. Can I do it? Oh, the tentacle. And another tentacle. Didn't quite connect there. And it's going to be grab battle time. 1v1 against my opposing bean. Oh, the tentacle is going to screw me over. No. Beautiful save there, Mosh, as we go on the chase right now. As you can see, most of the platforms are starting to tilt. If it goes into timeout territory, I definitely will get an L here, unfortunately. Oh! W! Let's go! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is time for this wonderful round of Rebound Run. And I dare say, when it comes to creative maps in Knockout, heck, even ranked Knockout, I dare say this is up there in the top 3 for me personally. It's a great round 1, 2, or even 3 in that mode. This is regular Knockout, and I just love how this map flows, honestly. I also do love Pine Climb as a finale as well, in terms of creative maps in Knockout. As you can see there, I'm getting a little bit sad. I was getting bumped left and right, nearly fell off the map there, lost my first place in running Rebound Run, but that's okay, we'll get back on top of it. Yeah, Pine Climb as a finale, an absolutely incredible map. I don't have any complaints with the flow of that map, the aesthetics, everything from A to Z in that map is absolutely brilliant. Now the question comes down to you. Even if you're not a creative fan, what is your favorite creative maps in Knockout? Will Rebound Run and Pine Climb make those lists for you? Let me know in the comment section or the live chat of this premiere as we continue on into our second lap. I do love the fact that this is technically a points map, but the way that they've got the trigger zone for the points, it turns into laps. Absolutely love that concept. Great decision there, Mediatonic. An absolute W decision. We are pacing along nicely here. This is a round that does take a bit of extra time. You will notice sometimes in ranked Knockout, depending on the server, depending on the players, that this one even does time out, where the qualification amount is actually less in the end once the time runs out. So there's 20 here to qualify. Will there be 20 that actually do? We will figure that out as time goes on here. And we've got to be very, very close to the finish line here. We're tracking along. We're pacing along nicely here. There we go. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is time for Speed Slider. Now with the recent addition with a content update to custom lobbies at time of recording. Now in the games tab, you will see instant finales. As long as you've got a minimum player count of 2, 3, and sometimes 5 players, you are fine to play them. So with a max player count of 9, Fall Mountain. Roll Off is 10. Lost Temple is 15. Hexaring is 16. Tiptoe Finale is also 16 and works in a capacity where it is multiple people in a team. Hexagon is 20. So is Jump Showdown. Thin Ice is also 20. Roll of Fumble is 24. Hexaterrestrial and Kraken Slam are both 32 players max. Now with all that being said, what is your favorite instant finale for customs? Let me know in the comment section or the live chat. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for High Tide. Now, in today's video, guys, in today's premiere, I'm going to be talking about public game LTMs. With the addition, most recently at time of recording, of Time Attack Shuffle, the current release of Treat Thieves, and the previous LTM of Day at the Races squads, what is your favorite public games LTM? And should every public games LTM be dropped into customs as a show? A lot of them have, but there has been a few exclusions to that rule. I'll tell you my favorite public games LTM. That was until a change was made to that show, however, with the inclusion of creative rounds, and that was Finals Marathon. Finals Marathon was really, really good. I would even do videos on that very public game LTM because it was such a great show, honestly. It really, really was. Let me know in the live chat or the comment section, what is your favorite public game LTM? And has that public game LTM been dropped into customs as a show? Because when they get dropped into customs, it does make it a lot more fun with other people in that mode. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys! Another day, another round. It is now time for Hexaterrestrial. Now, the discussion we are going to have today, guys, is about creative maps being included into public games and the modes for those creative maps. For example, we currently have Creator Spotlight, which is a rotation where you get to play continuously until you get bored, and you do have the option to skip to another round where another creative map is available to you and other players in that public server. Explore is literally any map that is published in creative, whether you want it to be or not. There is no opting in, there is no opting out of that mode. As soon as a map is publicly available through publishing, your map may feature in that mode. I honestly think there should be an opt-in feature, but I understand why Mediatonic do it. However, there are unfortunate concerns when it comes to quality control and quality checking of that mode. But I dare say, look, unfortunately it's not everyone's favorite because of that issue. There used to be a time where Knockout would feature creative maps made by the community. However, that was taken away as soon as Creator Spotlight was pretty much implemented. The Discovery tab is there, but not many people do use that mode, at least what we see on YouTube. Not to say that players don't play that mode at all. It is just not currently heard of as much for people to go into Discovery and check out the mode, which is very unfortunate. What do you think about the future of creative maps in public games? Let me know in the comment section or the live chat below. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for big fans. And now the question I want to pose to all of you today is, what else do you want to see from ranked mode in Fall Guys? Now, we've already seen Extreme Solos ranked. We've already seen Squad Spectacular ranked mode. There is talks about 4-ball cup trios being a ranked mode. As some of you guys may have seen the schedule, that looks like it's going to be the case very, very soon. Let me know in the live chat or the comment section, what else do you want from that mode? A duos ranked perhaps. Do you want to see Beyond Superstar or Gold, depending on the mode? Do you want to see a leaderboard for the sub-rank points that you earn past the highest rank? I know there's unofficial leaderboards out there. I know there's websites that host leaderboards out there for that type of thing. But officially from Mediatonic, let me know. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Full Tilt. And now in this video, guys, I want to discuss something that I've wanted for a very, very, very long time. There is a lot of players within the Fall Guys YouTube community that have been wanting this feature for a very, very long time. And that is the ability to make our own shows. Or a playlist maker. Whatever one of the two that fits. Where you can make your own show specifically for customs using rounds that are either Unity built, that are made from the creative tools, whether that's from Mediatonic, and or more importantly, the community, including your own maps that you've made in creative. I don't know how that would work, considering, unfortunately, when it comes to map making, unless you have duplicated your map, variation isn't really there. Like I said, unless you've duplicated it into many copies. Oh my goodness, what a skip. Let me know in the live chat or the comment section below. Do you want a playlist maker or a show creator using your rounds in Fall Guys? GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Skyline Stumble. Now when it comes to custom lobbies, guys, with our impressive selection at our disposal of shows and the amount of variation we do have with that, including variations of rounds within those shows, which is amazing to see a lot of SS2 variations come back. When it comes to actual shows specific to the rounds, for example, Lily Leapers is 3 rounds of Lily Leapers. Thin Ice is 3 rounds of Thin Ice if applicable. Tiptoe is 3 rounds of Tiptoe if applicable. With those round specific shows, would you like to see changes to those shows? For example, we do have a variation of Hexagon with the low gravity variation known as Hexagravity. Would there be something that you would add or remove or whatnot to change up a round type to make it its own unique show? And if so, what show would it be and what change would you make to make it unique as its own show? Let me know in the live chat or the comment section below. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Hexaterrestrial, and yes, this is a final. It is finale's time. Now, the question I pose to you guys today is, and I know some of you guys do participate in our custom lobbies 5 times a week as of time of recording, and I know what devices some of you guys do play on, but an open question to everyone in the live chat or to drop into the comment section below if you're watching on replay or if you don't have enough time to chat throughout the live chat. What device do you play Fall Guys on mainly? If you do play on multiple devices, let me know which is the better experience for you. As for me, guys, as the majority of you may know, the only real device I played Fall Guys on throughout my streaming career for this game is PlayStation 4. Now, there will be an eventual update to PS5, hopefully within the parameters of 2026, or heck, even at the end of the year, which is highly unlikely. But unfortunately, PS4's optimization has unfortunately been downgraded to the point where mass disconnects for public games when you're trying to do snipes as a live stream happen at 1 or 2 times per hour. Disconnects throughout custom lobbies happen generally around about the 2-hour mark, and they continue at least once or twice within a 2 to 3 hour time period, which is very, very unfortunate, and it ruins the pace and the flow and the motivation for wanting to play as well as stream the game for you guys. But it is what it is. GG's. Yes, we got the W. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Freezy Peak, and I absolutely love this level. There's an SS2 variation as well. As you could see, the thrusters. Oh my goodness, I'm getting absolutely pushed around by the fans. I'm in trouble here. Snowball, now I'm very, very sad. Oh my goodness, what is happening this round? Another snowball, are you kidding me? Mosh, you need to lock in, bro. You need to lock in. This is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. So the thing I will pose in terms of a question for this video, for this premiere is, what is your approach when playing competitive Fall Guys? Are you one to speedrun? Are you one to do strats? Are you a grabber? Are you a griefer? Are you a menace? I just play in the way that I would normally play, and I rarely grab, I rarely grief, I rarely become a menace, and I rarely do skips for strats to be a speedrunner. I just play the game with my experience and skills, or lack thereof, to try and get me across the finish line or survive if it's a survival map. And we're about to cross the finish line. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Hyperdrive Heroes and Obstacles. It is very, very synonymous with Fall Guys. Without Obstacles, what is Fall Guys? Now, Obstacles may be the reason why a map is themed. Maybe there is one specific obstacle that makes up for that entire map. Obstacles sometimes can be the make or break when it comes to a round. It determines possibly whether someone becomes first, last, qualifies, or ends up being eliminated. Obstacles can also be the thing that gets you from A to B. Without it, the map is pretty much impossible. Now, if you are a creative map maker, what is your favorite obstacle to use in a map that you do build, and why do you use it? Is there any specific reason for it? Is it themed around it? Is it to be the thing that gets you from A to B and it is impossible without it? Is it there to set a difficulty spike, a level of challenge? If you're not a map maker, guys, as well... Oh, that was a close one. That bar, speaking of obstacles, nearly got me out there. It absolutely flung me nearly off the hoverboard. As I was trying to say, and I'm trying to get back on track here as I try and not get myself eliminated, is if you're not a map maker, what is your favorite obstacle in Fall Guys when you are playing round to round? And is there specific maps where only that obstacle appears in? Let me know in the live chat or the comment section below for either one or two of those questions. And oh, what a grab! Ah, GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for tea time. And no, guys, relax. I'm not taking a short break here. I'm not gonna go get myself a cuppa. That is literally the name of the round. This tutorial looking base level. Tea time, it does have a theme. I'm gonna be completely honest here. I'm not a massive fan of this map. It is very short, straight to the point. However, thankfully, as you can see, those teacups rotating around as I get pushed off there. I'm very sad about that, and I will qualify here. There's not even time to talk about anything. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Penguin Pool. Sorry, hold on. Penguin Pool Party. Yeah, that's right, guys. As you could probably hear in the tone of my voice, this is one map I didn't want to play for this series. But here we are. It is round 2 of this show, and I'm just gonna have to roll with the punches here. Unfortunately, if you do watch our channel constantly and you are part of our Custom Lobbies live streams, you will know that I am very, very critical of this map, and I sometimes, most of the time, I despise this map. I dislike this map. I love the idea of it. It's just, I don't know, there's something about it where it is very clunky. There is too many players going for one penguin, despite there being many penguins throughout the course of the map for the amount of players at hand. I honestly think aesthetics-wise, this map is absolutely incredible. I love the concept of grabbing a penguin and gaining a point for each second that you hold it. But I want your guys' opinions on Penguin Pool Party. Honest opinions. Don't be biased with my opinion. Let me know in the comment section or the live chat. Do you like Penguin Pool Party? If not, tell me why. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Shape Up. And this map here, I will tell you the honest, complete truth. The first time I ever played this, I did notice the board in front of me and I did see everything on it. But the first time I ever played this, I had no idea what to do. I didn't know that the balls would come down into the pipes and the shape of the pipe would be the thing that breaks. So if you're standing on it, you would be eliminated if the ball goes into those said pipes. So I had no clue about it. Oh my goodness, no! My GG's are qualified! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Rotate and Eliminate, and this is the finale for this show. And I tell you what, this show, with the rotation that we've had for all the rounds throughout this episode and the past 3, has been a crazy set. A wild combination. Here we go. Boom, Bossa, no! GG's! Didn't even get a chance to talk about anything. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Big Fans. Now, in today's video, we're going to be discussing different modes of ranked. Now, we've had the discussion before about Extreme Solos Ranked, which was quite the intriguing mode. It was quite a difficulty spike for a lot of people, even those who are really, really good at regular ranked and are very competitive in general. But what's your thoughts on the previous mode of Squads Spectacular being a ranked mode? And how much did you play of it and how far did you get? Now, as of time of recording, we are not too far away from 4 Ball Cup Trios ranked. Yes, I said it. 4 Ball Cup Trios ranked. Now, we don't know much about the mode. We know it's going to be 4 Ball Cup. We know it's going to be Trios. And we know it's going to be a ranked mode. But will you play it? What's your thoughts and opinions? Comment section and live chat. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Stomping Ground. Yes, 3 rhinos, 2 fans, and a whole bunch of Lily drum pads. And speaking of Lily drum pads, in customs, as of time of recording, it does seem to me, under certain circumstances, you can get up to 35 rounds in that very show for custom lobbies. Isn't that absolutely absurd? As of time of recording, as of most recently too, if we're going to go to Little Leapers, if we're going to talk about customs, we did actually try to test this pretty recently too, where we had a whole custom lobby of competitors. We were trying to aim for 35 rounds if people were willing enough to try and hold on for that amount of time, and we got to as far as approximately, spoiler alert, 27 rounds out of 35 before we got, unfortunately and probably inevitably, disconnected. Oh my goodness, I don't know how I survived there, but thank you, Lily Pads. And it's GG's. Should we survive the fan, the rhinos? Yes, we do. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for the also repetitive High Tide, because in Knockout and even Ranked Knockout, this is quite the fixture. It is a frequent fixture to the round pool for those specific shows. But as you can see, as we loaded up there, we do have a low player count. We did start off this knockout show with, unfortunately, a low number of competitors. I do apologize there. That was a PlayStation 4 error skip, so if you're wondering why the footage just decided to skip itself, I do apologize. That is a PS4 glitch that has been around forever. But yeah, we did start off with a very, very low volume of competitors. How do you guys fare? Is it more of a difficult task to try and qualify within a lower player count, or is it more of a challenge with a lot more, up to possibly max capacity? Let me know in the live chat or the comment section. High Tide, whilst I do enjoy the flow and the pacing of this map, especially if you get things on point and you keep that momentum flowing, The repetitiveness, like I said earlier, in the modes that I mentioned, because this is normal knockout, yeah, it's just too often. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness. Those tidal waves are absolutely crazy. I'm absolutely sad about that. I've lost my momentum. I'm probably going to lose my first place, but I'm trying to track towards a finish line that is beneath the one I was trying to go for. All right, GG's, we're first. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Trick or Trapeze. Probably my worst final to participate in. It is definitely far from my favorite finale, I will admit that. But it's 1v1, so you never know, I could be in with a chance. It was a lower player count going into this show, but as long as I can keep the flow, pace, momentum, I should be right. I do apologize in advance too, because the PlayStation 4 recording and playback does skip at some point. You'll see that throughout this round. I do apologize. There we go. There it is, unfortunately. But yeah, we go from the 1v1 current era to back in time with what I'm about to ask. Do you guys miss 60-player finales? Instant finales, in customs more specifically. I certainly do. Remember when the game was on track during the beta times before this game even released for 100 players? Could you imagine if that was actually a reality and we had 100-player shows? I do miss the era of 60 players, but I guess 32 isn't half bad. It is about half of the 60-player count, but I guess we'll just have to deal with the cards we've been dealt with. So yeah, I'm having a little bit of trouble because I don't think I've ever gotten this far on this map, and we could be on course for a win. I can see the crown, it's within distance. Oh my goodness, I'm actually going to grab that crown. GG's! We've won it! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Rooftop Rush, and as of time recording with Public Games, there is a couple of LTMs available. One of them is very, very festive to the current time of the year, and that is Treat Thieves. As Halloween approaches, we're only a few short days away as of time of recording. That mode is in Public Games, however, it is not in custom lobbies. At least when I triple checked before I did record this video, I don't see it to be in customs, unfortunately, which really, really does suck. Not to say I would play it too much, even though I am quite the custom streamer in comparison to Public Games. I do prefer customs. I stream customs a lot more than Public Games and Snipes. However, it would have been nice to have the option. I don't think I see Sweet Thieves in there either, which is very, very unfortunate. However, it's very interesting because during Valentine's Day, they did have Fallen Tines Festival. And that mode was not just a Public Games LTM, but it was also thrown into customs. So here's my question for you today. When it comes to festive type related LTMs, which is your favorite mode? Is it the ones I mentioned? Is it Treat Thieves? Is it Fallen Tines Festival? If not, let me know in the live chat or the comment section. That'd be much appreciated, as we're about to qualify here on good old Rooftop Rush. I'm very happy about that. Let's cross that finish line, GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Snowball Survival. What a map, honestly. Great concept. I feel like I have overplayed it a few too many times. Oh my goodness, I just got absolutely annihilated with 2 snowballs there. Goodness me, I'm actually surprised I didn't fall off the map there. Well, you know what? This map can be intriguing sometimes. especially with the more difficult variation, but unfortunately in this clip, guys, it is the easy variation where there's only a little bit of a gap in the middle and a border with thin ice tiles that do disappear the more you step on them, or if the snowball actually goes over the top of them. There are ways to obviously... That's it! GG's, I guess. Never mind what I was saying. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Fruit Shoot. Now, what happens when you combine a finish line, starting line, a conveyor, and some cannons that shoot fruit? You get this wonderful, absolutely magnificent map where it only takes getting hit by the fruit once to ruin your momentum, and as you can see there, my momentum is absolutely destroyed. I'm very sad. I'm upset. I don't think I'm going to qualify here because there's only 3 to qualify. There's 3 beans at the finish line. No, GG's. Dang it. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Dizzy Heights. Such a classic map. And in today's video, guys, we're going to be talking about visibility when it comes to crown ranks. Public games, custom lobbies, whatever the case may be. Do you leave it on or do you switch it off? It doesn't matter how high, low, or in between you are with crown ranks. What do you do, guys? Let me know in the live chat or the comment section. I know some higher crown ranks turn it off. However, if you've been doing the Fame Pass recently and your name is yellow, even with the crown rank off, that means you've been frequently grinding the game recently. So if someone is griefing and they have a feeling that there's a higher crown rank, they may go after yellow names. Some people go after level 1 crown ranks, whether they're a rookie or whether they're hiding their crown rank. From what I've been hearing, to my understanding. I see it sometimes too, which is very, very intriguing. I leave mine on. Mine doesn't worry me too much, but I know some people do vary depending. Let me know. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Speed Slider, and I absolutely love this map. I love the flow, I love the pacing, I love the consistency. The slide dive mechanic, when it was introduced, was such a game changer. Not just for pre-existing maps at the time, like Ski-Floor, for example, but for these types of maps as well, where there is a lot of slime, where you need to really slime dive to get from A to B. The interesting thing is, depending on where you've heard this, in my case, in my perspective from my scenario, a lot of people love Speed Slider, but they don't love Hoop Shoot. I'm not too sure why that is, whether it's just because it's a point concept more than a race. Let me know, live chat in the comment section. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Blast Atlantis. And in today's video, I just want to be discussing this series, honestly. As much as we could talk about Fall Guys, this and that, and get your guys' opinions and perspectives, it is intriguing for all that to happen, but I just want like a bit of an overview and a bit of a summary so far on the series. So we're about 40 plus episodes in as of time of recording. This should line up to be, what, episode 42, I think? 41, 42, somewhere in that ballpark, 43 maybe even. We are getting closer towards 50, where I will compile every single day from day 1 to day 50, or if you want to put it into perspective, round 1 to round 50. A lot of you guys know behind the scenes, like, this would be an impossible series if I did do just one round every single day, recorded it, edited it, put the voiceover on top, rendered it, uploaded it, scheduled it for that day. And to have that flow from round to round in a show, I feel like is better. So we have to batch record. So I will batch record that many shows in one session. And then obviously these voiceovers get done during the editing process, which does take a bit of time, but I enjoyed the process. I've been having a lot of fun with this series, and I hope we get towards 100 consistently. It's going to be a challenge for me, personally, but I love it. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Castle Siege, and yes, this is finale time. And speaking of finales and finals, when it comes to Mediatonic made creative finals, are you guys big fans of those? No pun intended to the round, big fans, by the way. When it comes to creative finales, do you experience them in Knockout, Ranked Knockout, Custom Lobbies? Let me know, or any other public LTM that you may, get around to participating in. Let me know. Like, I've come to accept them. I wouldn't say that they're my favorite. It does have a lot of pros and cons. I've been eliminated. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Hit Parade, and as of time of recording, we have gone through 4 entire cycles of Ranked Knockout, and currently I am a 4-time superstar. In terms of Ranked Knockout, for each of the cycles, how far did you get? Let us know in the live chat or the comment section, and if there was any specific reason for why a cycle you may have cut it short or went up to a certain rank where you were happy with, let us know why. Was it the costumes? Was it too grindy? Were the maps too repetitive? Let us know, because I want your thoughts. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for High Tide, and in today's video we're going to be discussing the one thing I miss the most about Seasons. Now, I could go on about all the things I miss about Seasons, however I feel like we're not going to get those back. The biggest one for me is the lobby background / Everybody Falls remixes. What absolute bangers they used to be from season to season. You get a lobby background, and to match, you'd get an Everybody Falls theme running in the background, and it matches the theme. It doesn't steer away from the theme, because at the moment, despite the ranked knockout cycles, the new fame passes, the this, the that, the current Everybody Falls variation just ain't it anymore. I know it doesn't entirely ruin, like, my vibe on the game and how I, have a perception on it, like in terms of nostalgia versus what we've currently got and what we're settling for. It doesn't ruin that. However, the Fortnite variation remix of Everybody Falls, we've had it for way too long. We need another Everybody Falls. Let me know in the live chat or the comment section if you agree with that necessarily. Let's go, GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Cosmic Highway. And in today's video, we're just going to be going over the fact that I really appreciate in custom lobbies that there is now instant finales. I know some people have talked about them, but I think the love and appreciation is overdue. Like, sure, they can add a lot more to customs. They can give us more customized settings to hosts and those participating within them. But instant finales really give me a vibe of when we had a knockout tab in customs, because instant finales sometimes is what you need regardless of the player count, whether there's 2 or 32. So thank you, Mediatonic, if that was your call, which I do believe it was. I don't think Epic Games made the call. How do you feel about instant finales in custom lobbies? Let us know in the comment section or the live chat. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Castle Siege. And yes, it's finale time. And yes, as you can see, it's a 1v1. Let's see how we fare. Oh my goodness, bro's been taken out that early. No way! Is that a possible world record? Just kidding, it's not a world record. But GG's, I won! Wow! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for DoorDash. And in this video, we're going to be steering a little bit away from Fall Guys. However, the topic of discussion will still revolve around gaming. And with that, the question I want to pose to all of you guys is, which is your favorite game? Or what are your favorite games, if you've got multiple, excluding Fall Guys, of course, because I'm kind of intrigued to kind of find out what your favorite games or genre of games are, because I know a lot of you have either came from Fortnite or have played Fortnite after Fall Guys. I know a handful of you play Minecraft. My favorites do include WWE 2K, Minecraft, I used to love NBA 2K back in the day, and a few others. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Stomping Ground. And in today's video, guys, we're going to be discussing elements involving obstacles and added features that haven't been quite added to creative mode. If you are a map maker or are interested in the future of map making, well, the thing is, creative mode and map making is absolutely phenomenal. We've got so many great map makers out there that really push the bar very high in terms of quality of maps, and some of those maps do rival some of the maps that were made by Mediatonic using Unity. It is a bit of a shame, though, that we can't get themed obstacles, for example, as we see on screen. I know there is a drum pad and people can easily retexture those and reskin them, but where is the lily pads for jungle-themed maps? Where are they? Yes, the drum pad can be retextured, reskinned, like I just said. Where's the rhinos, for example, that you can place in a map and have go around in a pattern or a circle to eliminate people off a survival map? Where are those? Where's Bert? Somebody tell me these things. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Skyline Stumble, and if I've set everything up correctly, recorded everything correctly, uploaded and scheduled everything correctly, this should be the 50th video of playing one round of Fall Guys per day. And yes, no, this isn't our main series, guys. It's not the most popular series on the channel. There are far more popular series, but look, you guys spend a couple of your minutes each and every day here watching this series, so a massive thank you has to go to each and every one of you. Look, gameplay wise, heck, even commentary wise, I'll be straight up honest with you guys, I don't script my content. It may not be the most exciting, but I'm trying to be the most authentic, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, look guys, this is innovative, this is creative. And look, even if Fall Guys does shut down at the end of 2026 or 2027, this series, our intention is to go as long as possible each and every day. And our intention is, if Fall Guys does eventually shut down, I want this series to carry on. We are recording that much content for this series. I'm recording line after line after line for video after video after video. I don't script my crap, but how many takes does that equate to? Far too many. Here we go, guys. We're going to qualify in the 50 round. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is finale time, and it is now time for Kraken Slam. And here we go. The fun of Kraken as a finale. As you can see in this video clip, guys, I'm literally going for everyone. We've got 11 to eliminate. Let's see how we go. Other people are trying to grab each other. I love the idea of Kraken grab battles. Oh, that was a close one, I will tell you that. Oh my goodness, the tentacles. I don't know. You can make your own fun out of this map, guys. I know some people don't like this map, and that's fair enough. I don't expect everyone to like every single thing that's available to them. Oh, what an elimination. Popped and another 2 in a row. Oh my goodness. Mosh is on fire here today. 3 in a row. What is this? Oh my goodness. What is this rally? What is this tally? That's 3 in a row, man. That's insane. But I just love this map in terms of fun. You know, there's chaotic elements to Fall Guys, and I dare say if this is played in the right capacity, you can have a lot of fun with the crazy chaos of players grabbing each other, tiles disappearing, tentacles hitting each and every beam. You know, oh my goodness, what a collision, and we are still surviving here in this finale. Can we win? 7 have been eliminated out of 11, and the tentacle has got me. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Treetop Tumble. And in today's video, guys, we're going to be discussing cosmetics of the higher crown ranks. Which is your favorite? Maybe perhaps it's the Marvelous at 4,500 crowns. Why not double it and then some? What about the Crown of Renown at 10,000 crowns at the 85th crown rank? The final crown rank within the game. Are you a fan of the Golden Chicken, the Golden Witch, the Golden Knight? Let me know in the live chat or the comment section. I love the Golden Wolf because I love the lower of the Golden Wolf towel. You know, tail. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Ski4. And in today's video, we're going to be discussing very briefly about nicknames on banners within Fall Guys. Which is your favorite? Let us know in the live chat or the comment section. I've been a dedicated donut for such a very long time, but there is some interesting ones. There's ones like Crown Surfer, Elite Bean Team, Feeling Fantastic, Free Falling, Gull Ibble, Hear Me Roar, Hibernation Mode, Immortal Flames, Let's Get Kraken, Miniature Monster, just to name a few. I'm not going to go throughout all of the nicknames that I currently have within Fall Guys, but which is your favorite? The banners are pretty wonderful too. I've always seemed to have the one that has the balloon in the background with the mountains with the blue sky. I've always sort of related to that because I feel like even though I've got the years of experience of the game, I'm not the most top tier player. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Wipeout Waves, and the topic of discussion in today's video is about lockers, our outfits, how cluttered and messy it does get when you accumulate so many patterns, So many colors, so many uppers, so many lowers, so many face plates. Do you think using the live chat or the comment section it needs a revamp with even a search bar? GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Lost Temple, and it is finale time. Will I grab that crown? And in today's video, we're going to be briefly discussing once again, as of time of recording, unfortunately, there has been rumors about Fall Guys being ported into Fortnite. The future of the game, whether it will shut down or not. What do you guys think's going to happen? Is it going to be ported into Fortnite at the end of this year, so 2025? The end of next, 2026? Early 2027, or will there be a shutdown somewhere in between? Or will it be ported to eventually be shut down? Let us know in the live chat or the comment section. It's been a hot topic within the Fall Guys YouTube community, at least. And yeah, we want your thoughts. Well, I especially do. In our live chat in the comment section, if you have the chance to do so, because yeah, it's quite a rapid discussion that's only growing as the days pass. What's going to happen with me and Fall Guys? Well, if it does get ported to Fortnite, I'll give it a chance for 2 weeks. If the mechanics and the feeling of the game isn't the same, I may step away after that and play it very, very sporadically. And stream some Minecraft and WWE2K. Oh my goodness, what a buddy block! GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Night Fever. And today's video, guys, we're going to be talking about how you consume your Fall Guys content. Are you one to watch Fall Guys content on YouTube in long form formats, such as videos, one you're watching right now? This is a premiere with a live chat, luckily enough. Let us know. Is it YouTube Shorts, perhaps? Do you watch all of your Fall Guys content through YouTube Shorts? Or is it live streams? Is it live streams on YouTube or Twitch or maybe even Kick or another alternative website? Let us know in the live chat or comment section. I'm very, very curious to see where you guys consume most of your Fall Guys content. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Top of the Trash. One of the most fun maps in terms of point maps for this game. It's such a fun, competitive environment. It's such a battle once you get to the top. I know it's a bit divisive because people don't like this aspect of the map going all the way up just to endure in a battle. Some people don't like the fact the battle happens at the top. It's in itself, it's fun. I mean, everyone's got an opinion. Everyone's got a right to say this and that in terms of what they enjoy and what they don't. But I do have a lot of fun with it. I sometimes just, really, if it's ranked knockout, I just go for the points and I don't worry about the chicken power-up. On other occasions, if I get smacked around too much or if I'm falling off too much, I'm going to go get myself a chicken power-up and I'm going to start swinging. I want more combat battlefield type points maps within the game. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Mediatonic is making any more maps. However, I hope the community come up with some absolute bangers. I'm sure there's some undiscovered bangers out there in this type of mode. It really is a lot of fun, and I'm about to get my 30 points and I'm about to qualify. Let's go, GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time once again for High Tide. If I got $1 for every time I played this map, I'd be a multi-billionaire at this point in time. Despite the fact how fun this is in Knockout, in Ranked Knockout, this map, when it was available in Ranked Knockout, is a map that repeats itself so many damn times. I don't know how many times I have played this in the last few months at the time of recording this video. So here we go once again. I do love this element of how It looks like it's a wave. It also looks like a surfboard on the blue platforms here. I love that. I love the fact that the bottom of the level includes water, as we saw in that creative update a few updates ago, when the updates actually contained content further added to the game. Dang, I got knocked off there, but the momentum I still do hold, and I'm going to try and keep ahead of the pack here. I love the moving bumpers. I also love these platforms that slam down into a breakable platform. So if you're on there, unfortunately, you will go through to the bottom like I have right now, in another manner, though, in this capacity, as we're seeing on screen, as I'm tracking my way closer and closer to the finish line. And will I stay on top here, or will I have to go beneath? Let's see. I'm doing okay. Oh my goodness, I landed on the island. Nice jump over the wave. Now watch this, guys. Here's a little trick if you don't already know. You can actually go through this water wall, believe it or not, and then you can go through to the right or even the left side to go to the finish lines. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Hexagon, and yes, it is finals time. I have to survive the other 8 players to get the W without falling into the slime. An absolute classic map, and I'll tell you what, when it's not frequent to me and it's only the occasional or more so even sporadical map, I do have fun with this final. It was a map we did see showcase all the way back in the original season of LS1. And now all I've got to do now is just move around. Every tile that I go onto does disappear. There are multiple layers until the bottom is reached. Once that bottom layer of hexagons does disappear, it's every person for themselves, and hopefully you're the last one to land into the slime. It's such an amazing concept. As of time of recording as well, guys, you may have seen a hexagon variant with low gravity that is appearing every now and then. Apparently it's 20% of the time it may appear. That's a bit high, but I don't know. Please fact check that. Please take that with a grain of salt and have asterisks next to it. Alright, people are starting to drop. We have gotten ourselves a few tiles, but is it going to be enough? Another few people have dropped. Let's go, let's go. Have we just got ourselves a W? Yes, we did! W's! GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Track Attack, and what an absolute W map this is. It's quick, it's fast paced, it's straight to the point, it's a simple course map, start to finish line, but only the fastest do go through to the next round. I absolutely love this map. I love the elements of the speed archers, I love the slime, I also love just the element of unpredictability. If you go one way or another, if something throws you off, good luck trying to get back on track with momentum, but it's always fast paced and just a W map. And GG's, we get second. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Short Circuit. And the beauty of this map is, guys, yes, it is technically a course map, but it's not one lap, it's 2. So multiple lap races do happen in Fall Guys, but they're rare. They're very far and few between. We do see it in other maps, such as, for example, Rebound Run, just to name one off the top of my head. It's a shame we didn't see more, and it's a shame we don't see them too often during the round 1 spot, because at the time of recording this video, this is a round 2 map. This is knockout, and the qualification number is out of 11. We're doing well thus far, though. We're going into our second lap, but yeah, I'd love to see more multiple lap races throughout Fall Guys, especially round 1s, because if you can get a lobby of up to 32 and you happen to reach around about that 32 number, having 2, 3, heck, maybe even if the right map does call for it, 4 or more laps could be a fun way to really shape things up for your show and eliminate a handful of people at the very beginning. who don't make it over that finish line within a time frame for the second lap. Now we're approaching the finish line here, so we should be on track. We should be on course for a nice qualification in second, and we do. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Treasure Trove, one of the most infamous additions to Ranked Knockout in Cycle 1 before its inevitable removal of all future round pools of that mode. And you know what? As crazy and as RNG as this map is, and yes, it was frustrating to get eliminated from a new map that had so many RNG elements for such a skill-based mode, but however, what doesn't make sense to me? Maps like Frantic Factory, which does, in my opinion, have as much, if not more RNG, are included in the round pools for future cycles. Now, I'll happily take Treasure Trove, as crazy as this must be to some people. I'll take Treasure Trove over Frantic Factory, Slime Saloon, and heck, I don't know whether it's a placebo effect, but man, Hyperdrive Heroes is tough for me in Ranked Knockout. I'll happily replace at least those 3 maps off the top of my head from the round pool as of time of recording. I'm probably missing some. I am recording this quite early in the morning, so I wouldn't be surprised if I mentioned stuff in streams for rounds I want it removed from Ranked Knockout. But we're at 19 now out of 20, so yeah, take that as you may, but bring back Treasure Trove for Ranked Knockout. Maybe. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Slime Ball Showdown. One of the most rare finals I do get within a knockout pool. When it is a part of the round pool, that is. Look, I don't have too many thoughts about this map. This map is quite fun based on its concept and what it's trying to achieve, but there's a lot of running around and nothing happening. Or there's just too much chaos at one time, and you know how creative is with Slime, with potential levels of ping, especially if you're playing off server. I do feel like sometimes when it does get too chaotic, it is unfair if you're literally 2 meters away from the slime ball and then you get an elimination. But it is Fall Guys. You've got to expect that with the way the game is heading and the way the game has been for some time. So, I mean, it is what it is. It's a fun concept on paper, but it is unfair and there's too much imbalancing. There's too much of either nothing or too much. So if the balancing was fine-tuned, this could be a little bit more fun. And if Creative Slime and Ping lined up a little bit better, we'd be in a better position for me to enjoy this map, because it is rare for me. I rarely get this map as a finale. So usually anything that's rare, even if I'm not the biggest fan of it, I'm okay playing it for X amount of times before it does become a bit repetitive. So there's that. 3 people have been eliminated thus far, and we're just standing there not really doing much. But yeah, will we survive? Will we get a win? I guess we'll just have to find out as this map continues on and on and on. Oh, GG's. Damn slime ball. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Roll On, and it is such a simple concept when we're talking about Roll On. It is literally a course map. Start line, finish line, and rotating platforms in between all the checkpoints. Now, as much as I love this map, it's quite simplistic. It does come with its difficulty spikes with the obstacles on some of the platforms. Sometimes you'll see walls, bumpers, heck, even punching gloves from time to time. I just wish it was a bit longer, and I just wish it was a little bit more challenging, not gonna lie. But classic map, very nostalgic. It's been a part of the game for quite some time. So we're going to qualify here very, very early in the piece. Out of 21, we got second place. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Hoverboard Heroes, and what a concept this is. And you know why I've mentioned what a concept this is, even though it's not everyone's favorite, is because when Creative then allowed us to have a mode for survival, one of the first things a lot of people were doing in survival was actually making concepts of both Hoverboard Heroes and Hyperdrive Heroes, which I really did enjoy because there were some absolute classic maps from that time period that still hold up to the test of time today, unless the maps are broken or slightly broken due to updates, this and that, additions, removals, coding changes, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, the majority that actually work still hold the test of time, and they're still playable, fun maps. And I really wish, for those who make creative maps, to have another type of hoverboard or hyperdrive hero phenomenon. We need another one, because some of those maps were absolutely not just challenging, not just great to look at, but they were a lot of fun. So I really wish there was another era coming up in the near future. There's probably undiscovered maps of this type of thing, but man, I miss it. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for In, Egg, Out. And you know what? Even though I didn't like this map at first, and I had no idea what to do, even though I read the description, this is quite a cool concept. Especially if you get the hang of it, you get the flow of it. Like, if you use the drum pads and the water floor, and avoid the boom blasters as you go towards the eggs, and then you get the eggs and then use the boom blasters to go back through to the trigger zone on either side before the slime does take over. It's just amazing. Like, it's simple, it's straight to the point. It can be frustrating sometimes because, you know, obviously the boom blaster, you know, the bouncy pads, this and that does get in the way. Also does the slime, which is part of the game, part of the round, but because it does close and open at an interval of time. But yeah, I just, here in this clip, I'm just throwing eggs as much as I can. I'm trying to get as many out of that middle zone as possible. And yeah, if you're not too sure how to play this map, maybe take this video as a fine example, because I know some people do struggle with it, and some people don't like it because they don't know what to do. All you got to do is gather the eggs from the middle, take them back to where you came from, post-slide, and then dump them into that yellow trigger zone. Obviously, the middle is a safe zone, as well as the trigger zones are also safe zones. So when the slime does come together, you won't be in the crosswires, in the cross sections of that. So yeah, use the drum pads, honestly. Also use the boom blasters to your advantage. The drum pads, obviously, to get you to the middle, and obviously the boom blasters to get you back to the trigger zone. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Dodge, Dive, Survive, and it is finale time. One of the finales that I struggle with probably the most, especially when it comes to knockout, and especially when it comes to rank knockout. This is a map that I rarely win, even if it has been quite the swift, easy flow to get to the finale. So let's see how we go. Even if there's crap players, I still do terribly in this final. I just can't. Once the green slime, and I do get past that point, once the yellow slime and the red slime do factor in, that's where I struggle. I don't even make it to the red slime 9 times out of 10. But I'm doing okay at the moment. I'm looking out for those half spheres as they come, you know, flying towards me, trying to collide with me. Only one person has been eliminated, so it's a little bit sweaty up in there. So let's just keep moving. And yeah, you can't stay still in this map. You cannot stay still in this map. You can find an area to really just pace yourself around in, but you can't stay still. Here we go. There's the red/pink slime. Oh, nearly got myself eliminated there. Oh my goodness, I won. What the heck? W's. Wow. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Night Fever, and this is such a nostalgic map. When we go all the way back to Legacy Season 2 or LS2, the theme around LS2 for that season was Medieval. And that was the first time we saw Everybody Falls as a soundtrack be remixed to fit that theme of Medieval. What a nostalgic time that was during 2020 out of all years. I really miss that time period for Fall Guys. It was such an exciting time period, even though there wasn't customs. There was a lot of public games, and I was streaming this from time to time over on Twitch. But I tell you what, great time, great theme, and I'm going to qualify on Night Fever. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Star Chart from the infamous SS2. What a season that was. And you know what? Despite how people may feel about this map, I'm a bit 50-50 with it, because most of the time when I'm live on stream, I don't actually follow the map pattern display based off the screen ahead when pressing buttons. I usually, generally, typically follow the lead, and as you can see, I've just fallen off there, and I'm way behind the rest of the competitors because I'm impatient. I can't wait. I can't look up at the board for 2 seconds. But how many of you guys, when playing Star Chart, actually look at that map screen ahead? Do you guys just follow the leader, or do you actually play the map as intended? Do you press the button, see what lights up in terms of paths from platform to platform to advance? Let us know in the live chat or the comment section. We're about not quite halfway there, but we're in a bit of strife here. We're just going to have to really pay attention and/or follow the leader. I don't know what my strategy actually is here. I'm just going to follow, and I'm going to look at the screen at the same time, because now I'm ahead and now I'm going to have to follow what is on the map screen. So here we go. Everyone is now following me. Whether it is the case or not, it definitely tends to look like it. Okay, we're on the blue platform now. We can go right ahead to the red, and now this is the intriguing part. Here we go. We're about to qualify. All right, the blue bean goes over to the far right red platform. They go down. There's a path there, and I will qualify in 9th. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Full Tilt, and we're into round 3 of this knockout show with 8 to qualify. Let's see if we can advance. We're tracking along nicely. We are leading the pack, at least for now. And as you can see, I'm not just using the seesaw, rounded seesaws at tip. I'm also using the drum pads. And as you can see, for this variation here, there is actually some pipes that can advance you through the map, as we've done quite successfully there. And now we're ahead once again. Not for long, however. And I could have used another pipe there, but I'm going to continue to move forward. As you can see, in this map, there is 2 finish lines, one to the left and one to the right. Let's see how far we can go. Will we get first? Will we get second? Will we get third? Or maybe we won't qualify at all. Maybe we make, you know, any position that is in the podium, first, second, or third. I mean, we're tracking all right here. Can we get the win? I don't think so, personally. I think we're going to get second, and that's where we're going to track. GG, second place. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for roll-off, and it's instant finale time. Will I be one of 7 beans that fall into the slime for their elimination? Or will I become the one that grabs that crown, achieves the victory, and be your winner? Well guys, in today's video, we're going to be covering a topic a little less broad here today. It is in more relation to my channel. That's no disrespect to other Fall Guys YouTubers out there, or anyone who does enjoy Fall Guys. Typically, we'll still cover Fall Guys in this video with this topic, but let us know using the live chat or the comment section. What do you want to see me do on my YouTube channel? Please keep in mind that I am a gaming channel. Please keep in mind my demo, my audience, my target audience. Please also keep in mind that, yes, Fall Guys, whilst it is still my main game, we are technically variety. We do WWE 2K, we do some Minecraft, Subscriber Wrestling League, or 47 Kingdom Realm, anyone? Let us know, like, even if it's a video concept that we haven't done in a long time. Whether it's something new, perhaps. Maybe it's a competitive custom stream we have never really looked at, but you've got an idea. As long as logistics are there, and you have a suitable idea for it, maybe let us know. Maybe we should do some more public games for Fall Guys with a party. Heck, maybe involve that with snipes. Maybe rotate people in and out accordingly, according to maybe certain stipulations. I don't know. Let us know, because I'm very curious to see, heading into 2026 at time recording, what you guys want with this game, or another game, or a combination of both. Let us know, because I'm very curious. Yeah, probably also count the amount of times I've said let us know, because I'm very open. Like, at the end of the day, legally this is my channel, but also at the same time, you guys are the audience, you guys are the ones that are watching, you guys are the ones supporting. So once again, as we head towards 2026 at time recording, thank you so much for making this channel still run, operate, especially with the game on a bit of a decline right now. Really appreciate it, guys. Really do. So the elimination counter says 6-7. We are almost there. Will we be runner-up, or will we be the winner? We're doing okay. We've got our pattern. We're tracking, and we won! GG's! 47 over 67. Woo! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Spooky Slingers. At least I got the name of the map correct. I mean, I did in the last video, it was Roll-Off. However, instead of saying this map is a finale, like I usually do, I said it was an instant finale. How strange. I mean, long days of recording equals mistakes in videos, so there we go. Here we go with Spooky Slingers, the Halloween/Falloween themed map, which does have a flow and a pace to it. The only problem I have with it is in ranked knockout, when it's a part of the round pool, heck, even recording these videos in knockout, it does get a little bit repetitive, but it's fun, it's straight to the point, it's short, it has a great theme. Oh my goodness, I missed the trapeze right there. But yeah, no, overall it's not a bad map. The more players the better for this one, but we're on track to possibly get first despite all the mistakes here. So can we get it? Yes we can. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Block Party. What an instant classic of a map. It is very simple to figure out if you are a new player. All you have to do is be on the platform, jump over platforms that go towards you, and make sure you don't fall into the slime. It is a survival concept map. It was vaulted away for quite some time. It was recently unvaulted into Solos Knockout, any equivalent public game / LTM. Now, interestingly enough, when it was vaulted for quite a bit of time, I dare say, does anyone want to put a specific figure on that in terms of how long it actually was? Let us know in the live chat or the comment section. But interestingly enough, you could still play this in custom lobbies through Slime Survivors, and you could also play this through the vault. So you would see the map before the changes, and you'd also see the map after the changes before it was unvaulted. So higher walls, different variation layers for difficulty of those variations. So this is a more difficult variant, but the sequencing is a little bit different. The walls are obviously higher because of the jump mechanics changing from quite some time ago. I guess Mediatonic are technically using Unity to edit levels. I think Block Party is the prime example of that, because they wouldn't be able to do this through the creative tools. And as you can see, with 20 seconds left, it's a 1v1. Will I actually get a Block Party round 2 victory and knockout for this one map per day series, one round of Fall Guys each and every day? Can we actually do it? We've got 5 seconds on the time. My opponent goes down, and I think we've gotten ourselves a victory this early. Let's go, W's! GG's! Wow! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for roll on. In today's video, guys, the topic we're going to discuss is Showbucks. Disclaimer before we go ahead with that topic, it's completely up to you whether you want to mention it in the live chat or not, or the comment section, but I have never bought a Showbuck, guys. I think when I had to re-download another app of Fall Guys when it went from legacy seasons to free-for-all / free-to-play, when Epic Games took over, I think they compensated players for that re-download of this exact same game, but one variation had to retire and one was kept on board for Epic Games. But yeah, if you have purchased Showbucks, what have you purchased with them? What have you bought with them? Was it a Fame Pass to get all the additional skins attached to it, or a celebration, or something like that? Have you gotten it for the tier skips to get to level 70 as soon as possible? Have you purchased Showbucks for the fact of you can get collab skins, packages, and bundles in the shop? Let us know. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Magnet Mayhem, and I'm not going to really have a topic of discussion for this video. This is going to be rather quick, but the question is, do you like short rounds like this one here, which is probably going to end in a moment, or rounds that really take on a marathon parameter? Let us know in the comment section or live chat. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Wipe Out Waves, and I know this isn't going to last very long, especially with the elimination counter being out of 1, but man, when people make these concept maps in creative, I absolutely love it. Let us know in the live chat or the comment section if you agree. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Blunder Blocks, and it is finale time. And I tell you what, this final here is quite the treacherous journey from start to finish. The handful of times I have either won this map or timed it out, man, I tell you what, you really have to focus and lock in. Even when you get used to the patterns, even when muscle memory decides to kick in, you really have to lock in. Now, the green and pink beans are teaming up on me after the fact that they were grabbing each other just a few short moments ago. So I'm just going to have to strategize. Avoid the blocks and also jump around to avoid the other two beans, which are... They are going after each other as well. It's not just like them two teaming on me or anything. It's every bean for themselves. So, the green and the pink bean versus the helmet. Who is going to win? I mean, we're going to lock in. We're trying to get another crown in this series. We've won quite a few knockout shows, believe it or not, throughout. We're about, 77 episodes into this series, which is absolutely impressive. Thank you so much for the support, guys. The pink bean has been eliminated. Now, the green bean versus the helmet. Who's going to get the W here? And it's quite ironic, too. Notice the actual blocks that are coming out of the slime. They are both pink and green blocks. Isn't that quite funny? Man, the irony in that is kind of insane. It's crazy because both the pink blocks and the green blocks are going into the slime, and that's what my opponents are going to do right here. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, I'm trash talking literally in this series. Who thought I'd ever do that? But we continue on with this absolutely insane journey. Where is my opponent? They survived once again. I've really got to remain focused here because a lapse in concentration does result in me getting eliminated here. We are really trying to pull that W. We are really trying to get that crown. We nearly fumble a few times there. The green bean's in trouble. GG's. Victory. W. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Rooftop Rush. And in today's video, guys, we're going to be discussing what type of Fall Guys live streams that you enjoy. I'm pretty sure the majority of the audience that is watching this video will already know that I do Fall Guy custom live streams nearly every single day. And with that, when you drop into a Fall Guy live stream, what do you prefer? Do you prefer the casual elements? So your winner's choice. Your party invite squads in public games that are chill, that aren't any sort of competition. Oh my goodness, what a foul right there on screen. Are you a fan of competitive elements? So do you like rank knockout snipes, for example, where you try and grind from rookie up to superstar? Do you like leaderboard customs or any sort of competitive element to customs? Or are you one that really enjoys creative maps, whether that's through Discovery, Explore, or custom lobbies themselves? Oh my goodness, what a tumble. That was absolutely insane. Let us know in the live chat or the comment section below, because me personally, I try to not get too competitive with my Fall Guys game, especially when I'm live streaming the game from my POV. There are too many good competitors when it comes to customs. I get a little bit competitive with like ranked knockout snipes, but if someone in my chat does end up getting the W and I don't, I'm not too fussed or stressed about it. You can always try again next show. But when I go into other Fall Guys streamers' streams, I will enjoy competitive elements. I love tourneys, I love leaderboards. Getting points on the board is rather fun. Let us know. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for some fruit. And in today's video, guys, we're going to get a little bit divisive with the upcoming topic and discussion. The question I do want to pose to you guys in the live chat or the comment section is, do you particularly enjoy logic/puzzle maps within the game of Fall Guys? For me personally, when I first discovered puzzle maps/logic maps being involved with Fall Guys, I didn't mind it. It added some variation. It was different from your typical course, survival, and points maps, and I was completely fine with it. I thought it was something different, and it just changed up the pacing to where it was really chill, very casual. The vibes are still fun. Sometimes a little bit frustrating with maps, for example, like this, that eventually did come out, where it feels a little bit more like follow the leader if you're not fully paying attention, which is my biggest issue when I'm live streaming this game at this current time. I follow everyone in some fruit 99 times out of 100. But as the game did evolve, as the seasons went on, as the game progressed, the whole feel for puzzle/logic maps within this... Oh my goodness, what a strike by that fruit! For me personally, is a step back. It hurts the flow, it hurts the pacing, it hurts the momentum of the game, especially when competitive players are within your custom lobbies. But Mosh, what about big shots? What about Blastlantis? Yeah, they also hurt too, but they're a little bit more fun than puzzle. Oh, what's it gonna be? 3 of what? I have no clue. In all honesty, this was recorded a little bit ago. I'm just doing a voiceover, but everyone goes down. GG's, what the? We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Hit Parade. I love this map. It is so basic. So simple, but also so fun. I really miss the days where this would be a round 1 and there would be up to 60 players. The chaotic element of extra players, I don't know, it just added a layer of intrigue and suspense and anticipation. I think, honestly, as much as I've adapted to the 32 players and I'm okay with now, I really miss 60 player lobbies, especially in round 1. That was so much fun. Don't get me wrong, I miss the glitched instant 60 player finales and customs too, but I mean, just the feel of having 60 real players, including yourself, it's always fun. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Magnet Mayhem. And as much as I love this map, it's chaotic, it's survival. I don't think I've ever played this map for more than a minute. I really wish there was a way to have variables where players could perhaps last a little bit longer within this map specifically, because it's a great concept. I know not everyone likes it. GG's, it's already over. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for High Tide. And in this video today, guys, we're going to be discussing the topic that does surround and revolve repetitiveness within Fall Guys. Yes, that's right. Repetitiveness. It is where maps and rounds frequent themselves so many damn times, it feels like you are playing the game on a loop. Now, I do have the stats in front of me, but I'm not going to go through them as of right now because at time of recording, it is very, very, very early in the morning, so I'm not going to bother too much. But I could dare nearly say with complete accurateness and complete ease that I feel like High Tide is within the top 3 most repetitive maps for this series. And I do feel the same way when it comes to Ranked Knockout. For whatever reason, they throw this in so damn often. And the thing is, I'm sure there's coding within the game where maps and rounds could be a little less often, and there can be a little bit more variation. I understand why certain maps can't be played at certain times with certain player counts. I get that. There are dynamics and there are elements to that that can't be changed, but I really wish that there was more variation. Less repetitiveness. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Royal Fumble, and it is finale time. All I have to do is grab that tail and make sure I have it when the timer hits 0. I know the divisiveness when it comes to tail tag within Fall Guys. That was a nice attempt. Wasn't quite to be. I'm very upset and sad about that. And I know some people do like tail tags, and I know some people don't like tail tags. Oh my goodness! What a capture of the tail! That is absolutely crazy. We'll take it. We'll run away with it. But, look, I think within this map, if you are going to do a tail tag final, and I just got my tail stolen, dang it. I honestly think it shouldn't be the person who has the tail on the 0-second mark to determine who qualifies and the rest of the competitors to be eliminated to determine a winner. And I just got the tail back. Let's go, Pendulum. Get out of the way, will you? I think it should be the person that has the most time with the tail, personally. I have heard other streamers say that throughout the years too. I have heard other Fall Guys YouTubers say that throughout the years as well. So if you're going to do a tail tag for a finale, it should be the person who has the longest reign with that tail for that 90-second time frame. So, I don't know. Let us know. I know there's team tail tag. I know there's tail tag. I know some people like them. I know some people don't. Let us know your thoughts about the whole topic in the comment section or the live chat. We just won! GG's! Yes! Grab that tail! I meant towel. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Freezy Peak, and this map right here, that was released all the way back in LS3, winter themed, during the Christmas festivities of 2020. What an absolutely magnificent map. It really, really captures the winter theme. It is very dynamic but simplistic at the same time. And when you do have a map like this, with that many damn players all racing to qualify and cross that finish line, I don't know, there's just something brilliant about this map. I just love where the obstacles are placed. I love the roundness of the finishing sequences of this map, and I really love the finishing part as we qualify to get first with the ice. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Bounce Party, and I absolutely love this map. I love points maps within Fall Guys if they're done correctly. Unity maps, I absolutely enjoy most of the points maps within. Creative maps, however, depends on where they are. If they're an Explore and they're just not created with love and passion, I don't know. Not the biggest fan. But I do love this map. The only problem is I'm going to have to overtalk this map because most of the time it is very loud. I'm going to critique it a little bit. It is a very loud map. The bouncing is very obnoxious when there are multiple players all doing it at the same time. My second complaint with this map is sometimes when you go through hoops, the hoops don't count. It doesn't count for the points, whether it's 1 point for the blue hoops or 2 points for the orange hoops. And as you can see here, by the W map, we're going to qualify. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Slime Saloon. And in a recent video of this series, guys, we were mentioning how repetitive some maps are. High Tide, especially when it comes to ranked knockout, even regular knockout from time to time, it is so damn repetitive. I do feel the same way about Slime Saloon as in ranked knockout and even regular knockout, which is the show feature for this series. I feel like we get this map just one too many times. I really, really do, especially when you're batch recording, especially when you are recording line after line for map after map for video after video. It's just a shame that the sequencing for maps within this game wasn't coded a little bit better. I don't know, we covered this in a very, very, very recent video, and I do apologize for my repetitiveness of topics from time to time. That does happen too, especially when the game's on a bit of a decline right now and it's a little bit dry within the game. So you've really got to squeeze your own topics out of the same thing twice sometimes. Even if that makes sense, let me know in the live chat or the comment section if you know exactly what I'm talking about. But, we are nearly at the finish line. Let's see if we can qualify in a good position here. We're going to get 5th. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Fall Mountain, and yes, it is finale time. And also, guys, it's Crap Mountain. What does everybody want to see? Crap Mountain. What does everybody want to play? Crap Mountain. What does everyone like to do? Play Crap Mountain. So here we go. As we are pacing pretty well. It looks like we do have first position at the moment. It will only take one hammer, one bumper, or one ball to really, really turn that momentum. However, there is one competitor that is tracking to grab that crown, and they're going to do so. Ah, dang. GG's. At least we tried. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Roll On. And in today's video, guys, we're going to be discussing, will Fall Guys ever hit a third peak in popularity? Meaning the game will go on and up, So many players will be playing it to the point where it may end up crashing the game or have hit the record amount of downloads within a certain specific time period. And you got to remember, guys, when this game released in 2020, the hype was there. It had its first peak during the LS1 season. It was absolutely incredible. The second peak was in 2022 during SS1 when Epic Games acquired Fall Guys, which was an absolutely incredible time. Do you think? Let us know in the live chat in the comment section. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Slime Scraper. In today's video, guys, we're going to be posing the question and discussing which Unity maps, when you played them for the first time ever, were the most challenging and the most difficult. Let us know what those maps are in the live chat in the comment section. And with that, how long did it take for you guys to figure out how that map works to get better at it over time? Because by all means, I am no sweat. I am no competitive player. I'm not a pro and I'm not a speedrunner. However, once I got used to some of these maps, even with the half-ass strats from time to time, whether they're speed run strats, whether they're just shortcuts figured out over time, I don't know. My time has improved enough in the right lobbies to be efficient enough to get first place. And as you can see, you know what? Despite not being the best of runs, we got first. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Bubblegum Brew. And to answer the question in the last video that I posted to you guys, the two maps that I found the most difficult and challenging were Slime Climb and Slime Scraper. That's why I did feature that in a Slime Scraper video. But moving on to this video, guys, Bubblegum Brew. I actually enjoy this concept. I know it's not the most fun for a lot of people, and that's completely fine, especially when you're in a sweaty lobby and especially when people use the chicken power-ups to hit you rather than the actual bubblegums. Look, I understand, but I really love the concept of grabbing a chicken power-up, hitting a bubblegum ball, and putting it into the slimy pots. The slimy soup pot, if you will. And as you can see, I've gotten 5 out of 8. We're doing okay. I just need to remain on track here. I need to remain focused. I need to make sure people in front of me aren't really going after those bubble gums. And I need to make sure I'm not getting hit. I'm avoiding those chicken power-ups at all costs. And I'm doing okay. Only 4 need to qualify here. Oh, beautiful. Let's get the 8th one. Let's try and get first 2 videos in a row. That would be absolutely incredible. We're really sweating it out here. Remember, I ain't no pro. Just remember that. GG's! And first! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Jump Showdown, and it is finale time. It is the fan variation. It's Jump Lowdown. Let's see if I can survive my 3 opponents and become the victor and actually win. So in round 1, I got 2nd of this show. In round 2 and 3, I got 1st. Now, can I get 1st for the 4th round and become the winner of this knockout show? And I really wish that all gold runs, even though I got 2nd in the 1st round of this show, did equate to a little bit more than just Fame Pass points. Don't get me wrong, the Fame Pass points are great. They're awesome when you get 2 times the amount, especially towards the end of a Fame Pass if you haven't quite completed it yet or are nowhere near. I completely understand that, but I wish there was shards. I wish there was other rewards involved with that because it would give incentive to play public games, and we just won! GG's! Let's go! Oh my. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for DoorDash, and what in the RNG is this map? Nah, you know what? This is such a fun map. I love the elements of the fact that there are only a certain amount of doors that you can open. The rest are fake. And if you do hit a fake door, whether you're following people or you are the one to lead, look, it does dip the amount of momentum you have, and you do fall behind. But you know what? If in doubt, guys, stay a little bit behind and follow the leader. If you don't want to call this DoorDash because of the RNG, just call it follow the leader, because that's exactly what I'm doing right here. And I actually got the middle one correct. Let's get that hammer correct. No, we couldn't. And we're going to qualify here. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Tiptoe. And like we did in the last video, guys, as some people do call DoorDash RNG, there is a lot of people out there that call Tiptoe RNG as well. I guess it's 2 back-to-back rounds of follow the leader, perhaps. Or just look out for the shaking tiles and avoid those and go for the tiles surrounding it, because that's probably going to be the path of possibly many. But we're on track here. We just got to keep on track to make sure we don't fall off the tiles and get that qualification spot. GG's. I'm not sure continuity. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Chicken Gulch, a very divisive map when it comes to creative maps made by the Fall Guys team, made by Mediatonic. It's points, it's grab a chicken power-up, hit as many of the round spheres as possible, gain as many points as you can. You'll have to hit them multiple times because one hit is not enough, and the chicken power-up only gives you 5. It usually takes up to 3. So the annoyance is here that you have to hit a sphere up to 3 times potentially to make sure the damage ensures that that sphere does break. And then you have to go and get another power-up to do it to another one to earn X amount of points. So I get it. It's not my favorite either, but it's kind of fun. I take my rage out on the spheres. I really, really do. We just need 2 more points here, and here's the problem. Let's get another chicken power-up. We're only 2 points away. How many hits is this going to take? 1. Someone's already qualified 2 this time. All right, GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Blast Ball, and it is finale time. Let's see how we fare. 7 people do have to get eliminated right here. And throughout this series, guys, it is public games. If you do see any inappropriate usernames from Epic Games, I do apologize. Their moderation system isn't great for names within the game. Whether that is Fall Guys, Rocket League, or even Fortnite, I will admit, I have seen some crazy names when it comes to public games streams, whether it's Sunday Snipes, Ranked Knockout Snipes, or anything else in between that involves a public game. The names that we sometimes see are inappropriate for YouTube, but GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Clumsy Carnival. And I tell you what, this map, as good as it is, I love the theme. I love the fact that it represents Halloween or Following. But speaking of creative maps within Fall Guys, who misses the Fall Jam events? Oh man, that was such a staple of the game for the last few years that has seemingly just disappeared out of nowhere, and not many people have acknowledged that, which I find rather strange. But let us know in the live chat or the comment section, regardless of what they were going for the Fall Jam, do you guys remember and miss Fall Jam? As we qualify, GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Hoop Shoot, and I absolutely love this map. I'm so sorry if you're a regular or a frequent of this series, and you probably have heard that already, and I'm starting to sound like a broken record, perhaps. I do apologize. Or if you are someone who does go into our custom lobby live streams, where this map will make the sporadic appearance, and every time it comes up, I will say how much I do enjoy this map. I wish there was more creative remakes of this map, and I'm sure if I look deep enough, they do exist. I think most maps that were made in Unity have remakes as creative, if I search deep enough. But I just wish there was a bit more of a broader view of some of these remakes that either live up to the Unity map, or in some rare cases, are better. I just want to see more remakes. Like, don't get me wrong, I love originality, but, you know, these maps like this, unfortunately, as good as they are, lack variation. At least with creative, variation does come into play with a very good map maker. And we're at 34 points here. Can we get our 35th? GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Blastlantis, as some people like to call it, Ballantis. And I understand that, I really do. It's meant to be a quotation marks chill map, so newer players can just chill from the competitive paces of what is some Fall Guys shows. I get that, I really do, but I guess we'll just have to keep tracking on. Use those blast balls, throw them around, try and eliminate as many people as possible. We only need 2 to be eliminated. Let's grab another one. I don't know what the heck I'm actually doing here. Oh, I threw the blast ball into that swinging hammer and it landed, but there was no one there. Of course there wasn't. Great strategy, Mosh. That is typical Mosh 101 right there. And we've qualified. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Blunderblocks. It's finale time, and if I'm not mistaken, according to my notes, it is our 99th video in this series. One round of Fall Guys per day has hit its 99th video in the series. I know there is compilations for the first 20 rounds in the playlist, as well as the first 50 rounds in the playlist, which will probably equate it to 101, but in terms of the actual videos dropping each and every day, this is 99 straight days. So thank you all so much. And I haven't failed this challenge yet. I know some days we've gotten close with scheduling. Sometimes I have things unlisted and I haven't put it to premiere. My bad. Apologies. And I'll leave it to the day sometimes for those who are waiting and anticipating this series. There's a few of you guys. I see you guys occasionally in the live chat. I see you guys in the comment sections. The handful that do support this series and watch often, thank you guys. You know exactly who you are. Alright, it's a 1v1 now. 4 have been eliminated. My arch nemesis Blunderblocks. Can we get the W in video 99? What a story that would be. Oh, that green bean is really keeping up here. I'm not shocked. I'm just a little surprised with their endurance here. Oh, are they slipping? We've qualified with 1 GG's on round 99, video 99. Woo! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. September 25, 2025 was 100 days ago from the time this video premieres on my YouTube channel. Mosh, well, why does that matter? Why does that date matter? Why? Because this series has hit the 100-day mark. We are 100 rounds deep into this series, day after day, in a row. So for the 100th time, another day, another round. It is now time for Dizzy Heights, guys. And I just want to give a special thank you to each and every one of you that have interacted or have watched this series. Whether you guys have dropped likes, comments, have shared this video or the playlist. For each and every one of you that watches during the live chat, I know it does decrease as the series does go on, but thank you to that handful of people. All those who do watch after the premiere drops live, whether that's hours later or days later. For the 100th time, GG's and thank you. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Bounce Party. And to reflect off of yesterday's video, I truly cannot believe I have actually not just have done this challenge so far as it's gone, but have noticed, like, we've hit over 100 videos and we're still going. Look, I did feel some divisiveness in the very slightest capacity once this series did start, and I did feel a little bit of doubt in the slightest capacity as well, as I can't seem to get that hoop, oh my goodness, Mosh, lock it in. But I'm really glad, because not only is it a series for some of you guys to watch, but it's a bit of a personal and professional challenge. Can I uphold doing daily uploads for as long as possible on a game that is declining? I know there are still people that want to play that do generally enjoy the game. I love live streaming this game. I love recording videos for this series, even if it does become an exhaustion factor to me. I love it, and thank you. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Bubbling Brook, and this just gives me nostalgia of Cycle 1 of Ranked Knockout, and the amount of times I got this map, the amount of times I disliked this map at first, before eventually coming around and be like, you know what, it's not the best map in the world, it's far from my favorite, but I enjoy it. I enjoy it because I got used to it over time, and you know what? 65 bubbles ain't even that bad. It ain't even that bad. Like, it does get frustrating when everyone is sweating it out, trying to rank up, trying to qualify. I get it in Ranked Knockout, but I've enjoyed it a bit more on a casual front when it comes to regular Knockout. And yeah, it's just a fun map, and I usually do pretty okay at it. I wouldn't say amazing, I wouldn't say fantastic, I wouldn't say great, but yeah, it's pretty okay at it, I'd like to say. So we're about nearly halfway through. We've got 32 out of 65. And we are pacing along nicely here. I really love to take my time, and I really love to not go too far forward in this section of the map. Because there are plenty of 3-pointers, and there's plenty of 5-pointers as well to take. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Hexagon, and it is finale time, and it is low gravity. It's a variation. Here we go. Apparently, according to my live stream chats, this has a 20% chance of appearing in Hexagon if it's a finale. So I don't know how necessarily true that is. I haven't deep dive or explored into that one, but yeah, it does feel like it is 20%. 1 in 5 on average, in terms of this map variation appearing in a finale, I feel like is a little bit too high. Do not get me wrong, I want variations in Hexagon, but this as a finale is just not it. It takes too long, and not just that, it does make it more difficult to get the W from time to time. As fun as it is, I love bouncing around and having a great time, I really do. I love low gravity in a lot of capacities. But this as a finale, especially when you're trying to win, is not it. Because there'll be so many people taking their time, and I'll be there trying to really, really run the tiles down, so it gives me a more of a chance of winning. It gives me more of a chance of winning, and I just continue on my merry way. You know what? Speaking of variations in Hexagon, I would love if they included, like, blast balls. Like, get that blast ball cannon out. have it shoot so it lands on the top layer. Why? Because if it does land on the top layer and everyone runs that layer down, no matter what layer most people are at, the blast balls will be able to drop down to where the majority is more often than not. So I'd love to see that implemented. Will that ever happen, especially in the near future? Absolutely not. However, yeah, could you imagine, and I don't know how they'd be able to do it as well for another variation, could you imagine a chicken power-up on specific layers of this map? Especially towards the end. I would love one probably about 3 layers from the bottom, 2 to 3 layers from the bottom. Maybe one even early on as well. As long as they don't respawn too quickly and you only get one shot at it, because obviously you got to move it along. That would be absolutely incredible. I don't think that's possible because that power-up is from the creative iteration of Fall Guys maps. I mean, trying to put that into Unity, I'm sure it's not impossible, but yeah, I don't think Mediatonic's going to do that anytime soon. But that would be really, really cool. But low gravity is where it's at. So 1 out of 8 have been eliminated thus far. Can we get the W? I'm really, really trying to figure out where I need to go, and that's going to be GG's. We tried, wasn't enough. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Cylinder Stumble, and as of time of recording, it is officially 2026, and for the first time throughout this video series, guys, I can officially say Happy New Year. Happy 2026, and hopefully a lot of you guys did have a happy holidays. Speaking of holidays, I did take a recent break away from the channel throughout Christmas and the New Year, so there was some videos that did spill into 2026 where I didn't officially acknowledge the fact that we've gone into a new year, because a lot of those episodes were batch recorded before I went on that Christmas break. So I do apologize for not officially recognizing that. Merry Christmas to those who celebrated it as well. We did pass 100 rounds / days of the series. We did do a compilation of 100 rounds, our first 100, and there was a bit of a filter error in maybe 1 or 2 of the rounds, and I do apologize for that. There'll be a future re-release of that video in the future. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Hoverboard Heroes, and yes, I've heard the buzz. I've heard the chatter. I have heard that in 2026, that this game, Fall Guys, will have a quote-unquote resurgence. Now, guys, if you're watching this live as a premiere, let us know in the live chat. If you're watching on replay as a VOD, let us know in the comment section. What are your thoughts and takes on this quote-unquote resurgence in Fall Guys that is meant to take place throughout some point in this year of 2026? You know what? As for me, I'm going to let it all play out. I'm going to let it boil, and I'm going to let it simmer. I'm going to let it do its thing, and let's just see what happens. However, in terms of a third peak spike in mass popularity for the third time, I just don't see that happening. But let's just see what this resurgence, quote unquote, is all about, because I am keen. Look, if it does mean an increase to player counts, if that does mean an increase to Fall Guy YouTuber views, if that does mean an increase to Fall Guy YouTubers who live stream this game, especially when it comes to customs, I'm all for it. So let's just see how it plays out. Let's see. What's your thoughts on the resurgence? GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Magnet Mayhem. In today's video, guys, we're going to be discussing... Hold on, wait, never mind, I'm just kidding, because this round never lasts longer than 30 seconds. It's probably the most quickest map within the game. So I'm just going to spectate and commentate. GG's. Just proves my point. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Slime Ball Showdown, and it is finale time. 6 beans have to be eliminated by either touching the rolling slime balls or falling into the slime off the platform. The last bean standing being declared the winner of this finale, of this map, of this show, which is regular knockout, where you will see this map be a frequent fixture for finales. This map will also take place in ranked knockout in specific cycle round pools. So you will see this pop up here and there throughout ranked knockout. I'm not the biggest fan of this map. In fact, I do despise it. Why? Because I've expressed this in previous videos of this series where this has popped up. There's either too much happening or not enough happening. The balance is just not there for me, and I'm just not the biggest fan of it. I mean, you can prep for the chaos though, as you do see 1,000 slime balls head towards you as they all come down off that slime hill, trying to avoid the cactuses and the logs and whatever else is happening up there. I mean, like, the aesthetics absolutely look stunning, do not get me wrong, but the way that this map tracks and flows for me personally, I just do not like. If you do like this map, more power to you. I do respect your opinion. But I thoroughly disagree. I thoroughly disagree. So 3 people have got themselves eliminated. I nearly got myself eliminated there. I'm on the edge of the platform. And there we go. I'm gone. GG's. Thank goodness. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Seaside Sprint. And in today's video, I don't have a specific topic of discussion in mind. However, as a YouTuber with a daily video series, and of course, I'm speaking of this video series that now has 100 plus episodes in the series, which is absolutely insane. I did set this series to be not just a professional challenge, but also a bit of a personal challenge, which I have not failed as of yet. But I will tell you, if we peel the curtain back just a little bit and go a little bit behind the scenes, look, the batch recording for both gameplay and lines has been fun, I will say. The gameplay is a little bit more fun than the lines, however, but it is a long journey, especially when you're doing, I don't know, 20 to 30 shows, trying to record as much as possible. But look, that's not as bad in comparison to doing the actual lines post-gameplay recording, because the amount of takes I had to do with lines in my head, because I don't do scripting, has been through the roof, especially in this round. GG's! Yes! Finally got through it. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Penguin Pool Party. And any topics of discussions that I had in mind for today's video are out the window, because I am not the biggest fan of this map. But 10 have to qualify, and I really want to go to the next round. I'm struggling to get a penguin here. It's more so just follow the leader at this point. Whoever's got a penguin, just grab it. But I found a stray. Look at that. That bean failed to grab me to grab a penguin. They've got a stray penguin to grab themselves now. So here we go. 10 seconds. I've got to hold it for at least 25 to qualify, as long as 10 competitors have not qualified before me. And it does look like we are actually going to qual. So, GG's. Let's go. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Magnet Mayhem. And once again, there is no point making a topic of discussion for today's video, because this round will be over within a minute, a literal minute. So let's see how long this round can actually last, and let's see if I can survive, which is literally 99.99% of the time. So here we go. One person's been eliminated. 2, yep, we made it. GG's. That's 3. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Circle O Slime, and it is finale time. 6 beans have to be eliminated to declare a winner. And this map, even though I wasn't the biggest fan of it in the first couple of attempts ever, once I first saw this as a new map, it's a really great concept, and it is a lot of fun. It just has to take a little bit of time to get used to, as of all new maps within Fall Guys. Once you get a pattern, once you get a bit of skill, and once you get a bit of an understanding with experience, this is a lot of fun. I really love the flow and the pacing of this map. Not only do you have slime behind you that you have to look out for, especially if the pace does slow down for you, but you can't go too fast with the slime in front of you. I love the breakable blocks as well as the ones that do end up staying there. I love the bumpers, and I just love the competitive nature of this map. I really, really do. So, 3 beans down. Can I actually get the W here? And that was very close. 1-on-1. 1v1 now. 5 beans have been eliminated. Will Mosh get the victory here? Will Mosh get the W? I guess time will only tell. I keep going to that specific block, which I feel like might be a bit of a terrible strategy. But we're doing okay. We're doing okay. We're pacing nicely. The momentum is there. Will we get the win in this show for this round? This finale? No. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Tundra Run, and this is a map that is straight to the point. It is a traditional race/course map. Start line, finish line, obstacles in between, but it's not just one straight line. It's curvy. It has a whole bunch of elements to it. There's skips if you want to take them. I absolutely love this map, and it is so true to the theme. The theme being the winter theme, the theme being the snow, and it's so amazing. It really is, and I'm not trying to be putting too much glaze on it, but I love the icy elements, I love the snow, and the color scheme. The color scheme fits brilliantly to this map. Oh my goodness, I just got flipped up there, and man, I am not happy about that, as we are so close to the finish line. No one's qualified yet. Someone has. 2 people. 3, 4. Oh, we missed that. Bro, are you absolutely kidding me? 5 people have qualified. Can I actually get across the finish line in potentially 6? I sure do. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Short Circuit, a 2-lap spectacular. I love everything about this map. I love the theme being futuristic. I love the flow. I love the pacing. Once you get an ounce of momentum, you are usually off to the races and usually do qualify literally 99.99% of the time. Yes, I know this map, as do most maps in Fall Guys now, considering a lot of unbolting and variations returning. It does vary, obviously, what obstacles do appear in this map, as well as every other map, especially if it was made through Unity. But, yeah, no, I love it. I love the conveyors, I love the flippers and the rods that swing, especially if you get momentum, as I just did. Beautiful. From the swinging rods to the flipper. over the finish line. What an absolutely brilliant sequence. Now we go on to the fan from that block as we keep pacing along here nicely. It's extremely rare for me to not qualify in this map. Yes, I do occasionally stumble upon some errors and I do make some mistakes. As you can see right now, I'm getting caught up in the spinning discs and everything attached to them. But it did push me forward onto the conveyor. And yeah, once you get momentum in this map, it is hard to stop. The only thing if I'm gonna nitpick that I despise in this map, low-key, is those low grab zones, because some work and some don't, and it does disrupt the flow if you get the low gravity zone that doesn't allow you to float up into the air. Second lap, GG's, and we've qualified. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Chicken Gulch, and here we go. Now I just need to go and get those chicken power-ups, try and score 15 points, break and eliminate as many of those spheres as possible to try and earn points. And if anyone does get them away, they may get a chicken power-up straight to the face. And as you can see, no points have been scored yet. I was a little bit upset with that one. Our first 3 points, and look at this, no one is in our way. I've got no chicken power-up. This is the problem with this map. You only get 5 swings of a chicken power-up before you do have to find another spawner to try and obtain another 5 if you run out. So that's always fun. And as you can see there, my points just got stolen with that sphere, but that's alright. Beautiful swing. We get the point. Enough momentum off of that hit. We are at 7 out of 15. We're about halfway there. And no, we're not living on a prayer. We are living on trying to eliminate each and every sphere in front of us to obtain all those points. That is 9 out of 15. 3 people have qualified. Another chicken power up from that spawner. We're at 12 now. Can we qualify? Beautiful swing. We're at 13. One more good swing and we got it. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Pine Climb. It's finale time. 8 beans need to be eliminated for a winner to be declared. I absolutely love this map. I love seeing it in regular knockout, ranked knockout. I'd love to even do a tournament with this map one day for custom lobbies. Not gonna lie. We're not doing too well at the moment. We aren't pacing and tracking well, but we're going to try and pick up the pace here. The slime is rising quickly, though. Oh, dang. Can't win them all. GG's. We tried. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Speed Circuit. And generally speaking, with Unity maps within Fall Guys that have the name Circuit, that typically means that that map has at least 2 laps. I absolutely love Speed Circuit, the map you are seeing right now in front of you. I absolutely love Short Circuit, despite it being a different theme entirely, that being futuristic. And this does give me a lot of vibes of Track Attack, which is 1 lap. However, it's very, very similar to this. Speed arches, bounce pads, lots of obstacles that you have to avoid, and you've got to be paying attention. You are racing against the competitors, but you have to pay attention to any pop-up obstacles or even stagnant obstacles that may be a factor in terms of where you place at the finish line. And obviously 1 lap has been completed. We're in our 2nd lap now. We are looking to qual. 20 beans have to qualify to move on to the next round. Will we get first? Probably not. We'll take 2nd though. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Full Tilt. And I need thoughts and opinions, guys. I really need some 100% open truth and brutal honesty. When it comes to Seesaw base maps within Fall Guys that are made from Unity, which is your favorite? Is it this map currently playing out in front of you? Full Tilt? Oh my goodness, what a skip. Brilliant skip there, Mosh. That was absolutely impressive, I must dare say. Or is it the classic nostalgic Seesaw from LS1? I tell you what, as much as the nostalgia does try and take over 99 times out of 100, I try not to get the best of me when it comes to Seesaw, because if you do look at the map, it is bland, it is boring. I do have fun with it, if I make my own fun with it. But there isn't much to it apart from Seesaws. And most of the time, because of the physics changes over the years, and the way that the game is coded, and probably has had several changes over the years, the Seesaws end up going from horizontal to vertical. I love Full Tilt because they're rounded Seesaws, and you get pipes from time to time and other variations. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Skyline Stumble. And as you guys know, I've said it countless times, whether it's throughout this series, or if you are a frequent viewer through our custom lobby live streams, how much I do really thoroughly enjoy this map. But as of time of recording, recently I have not enjoyed this map, because the first 90% of the map is fantastic. The last 10% as we get towards the finish line is a massive problem, regardless of the variation. When it comes to the flippers to launch you up to the finish line, more often than not, and regardless of the position of where I am, unfortunately that lower flipper will bump me into one of the middle flippers, whether it's left or right. It doesn't make a difference, and it is rather infuriating. Let's see in this clip if I actually make an example of that, or whether I've absolutely fluked it. Let's have a look. Oh, we did okay there. See how it actually launched me from one middle one to another? Let's try again. And same thing again. And we are wasting time as two people have qualified. We could end up getting eliminated here. I have to take the conveyors more often than not. And then I have to go from platform to platform through the low gravity. And then there's another reverse conveyor up there. So it is painful because a lot of people are experiencing this issue. Let me know in the comments of the live chat if you're having the same issue. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Royal Fumble, and it's finale time. Here we go, a minute 30 to try and have a towel at the end of the timer. Can I do it? It does look like a pretty packed finale, and it does look like there are a lot of people in here, at least from what I was gathering, that could really have the skill ability to take that tail and become today's winner. And as you can see now, I do take hold of the tail and I'm on a run. Obviously, the chase was too easy for them. And yeah, that really upset me. That damn pendulum as well. You got to look out for those. Not only the spinning discs and the pendulums, but you got to look out for your opponents as well. So I got the towel back with 45 seconds left on the timer approximately. We are on pace. Now I just need to figure out a pattern where I can confuse all of my other opponents, but they are coming from different angles as my towel has been stolen again. And now I've got retention of the tail again. I am on the lead. Oh my goodness, that orange bean has got it, and I'm very upset about it. Yeah, unfortunately with Royal Fumble now, it's not like it was 2 or 3 years ago where it would be follow the lead and everyone was in one line formation. Now everyone is in different sections, different parts. You could have beans flying out at you if you've got the tail from all different directions. I am not exaggerating on that at all. So here we go, the last 3 seconds. I don't think we'll be able to get this. I'm feeling upset, and GG's, we tried. Solid effort there, Mosh. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Mind the Gap. And I tell you what, despite the fact that Fall Guys and Mediatonic don't do Unity maps anymore, could you imagine that this map right here, despite it being in creative, being a Unity map, like there was still some shine and some glimpses of the glory days of Fall Guys that were Unity maps that have been displayed and transcribed into creative. Like, I tell you what, with the right tools in Unity, this map would be absolutely near flawless. Not perfect. I don't believe in the word perfect, by the way. But this would be so much fun. It really would. But I enjoy it for what it is. Sometimes simple is better anyway. So, you know, here we go. First place on Mind the Gap. Oh, look at that. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Hoverboard Heroes. And yes, I know there is technically 2 hoverboard maps within Fall Guys that were made through Unity in 2 different seasons. But man, I'm a little bummed that we didn't quite get a 3rd one through Unity. And what a missed opportunity. Obviously, Hoverboard was released during LS4. Hyperdrive Heroes was released during SS2. It is a shame that they didn't take advantage of SS3 being a water theme. We could have got a proper raft hoverboard type map with the slime being replaced with the water. How cool would have that been? Don't fall off the raft. Make sure you don't land into the water, into the ocean, into the lake, into the sea. Whatever you wanted that water to be, you could have had. Missed opportunity, I dare say. I mean, if I was a dev, that would have been the push and the take I would have gathered from a water season. That would have been the direction I would have wanted, but I guess it is what it is. I know there are some creative maps that do feature hoverboards, that are survival maps, and some of them are really, really fantastic, but it still doesn't quite hit the same as Unity, unfortunately. So what do you think, guys? Should have there been another hoverboard map in SS3? Let me know. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Gold Rush. And this is the map where you have to gather yourself a chicken power-up in the worst of places as pendulums swing constantly and try to eliminate all of the destroyable blocks, the cylinders that you see that appear out of the slime. You have to be quick about it. There's not much time to obviously do that, and if you do fall into the slime, you go back to spawn and you have to start from the beginning all over again. I think the chicken power-ups only give you 3 shots to land those cylinders, and you need to gather 12 points. As you can see, I'm going for the silver cylinder. That does give you 3 points. I think the golden ones are 1 point. Obviously, you got to watch out for the spinning bars, not just as well as the pendulums, but you also have to watch out for the punching blocks if you move towards the center of the map a little bit too much. I think if you touch the cactus too, I'm not 100% sure. I think it does take you back to the starting line as well, but I don't know. I don't go that close to the edge in this map. I'm not the biggest fan of this, but I love the concept idea. And GG's, we quelled. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Lost Temple, and it is finale time, and we've got the momentum already behind us. Not one missed door, never mind. We did get a door that does not open. That's okay though, because we've still got a good lead here. And if I get through this door and gather to the conveyor belt to get onto the lily pads to grab that crown, no way, what a win. Is that a PB? GG's, what a win. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for tea time. And in today's video, guys, as of time of recording, the recently released new mode for Fortnite that does involve a Fall Guys collab named Crown Jam has just recently released. It is pretty much Beans playing basketball, 3v3, team versus team, and there is actually a competitive mode. It is a ranked mode to my understanding. As of time of recording, I have not yet played that mode. If you have, let me know in the live chat or the comment section below. Very curious to hear your thoughts. It's very divisive, however, some people do enjoy it. So, GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Bounce Party. And in fact, I tell you what, in consideration of all the Hoops maps that are within Fall Guys, Hoopsie Daisy, Hoopsie Legends, and Bounce Party are the three that stick out. The three main Hoops maps within Fall Guys. And I tell you what, despite how overcrowded and overpacked it is, and sometimes Hoops not working when you go through them, and how loud this map can be. I have to turn it down sometimes. I have to turn the volume right down. This is my favorite Hoops map in terms of the three that I just mentioned. There's just something about it. I just love the fact that it's so simplistic. Yes, they could add an extra few layers of depth of difficulty and maybe some elements to the map, but like, simple sometimes is better. So, I don't mind Bounce Party if we are comparing, but we've made it. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Speed Slide, and I'll tell you what, you've probably heard me say this 1,000,001 times, but this is an absolutely fantastic and brilliant map. Concept, design, pacing, absolute W's. Every single time. I really wish this was a game within custom lobbies. Could you imagine this as a show? A one-round show where you just load up with a few other people and you really set the pace. And you could even track your time and see how quick you can get through this map. Show after show, round after round, just attempting to try and get the best PB of yours. And I'm not a speedrunner, but that'd be cool. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Pine Climb, and it is finale time, and hands down, at least in my opinion, in terms of creative finals and their incentivization of creative, Mediatonic, I dare say this is hands down your best creative map finale concept. Yes, I've said it. I love the flow. I love the pacing. I love the competitive nature of this map, and heck, you can make a mistake or two more often than not, and you can pick yourself back up and get to where you were previously, unless the slime is subtly rising at the pace you're at. I tell you what, I love this map. I really, really do. It is one of those maps that is vertical in theory, but there's a lot of horizontal elements to it. And I really love how the obstacles do break, like the breaking of the boxes as you step on them. If you were to step on them X amount of times, really throws a spanner in the works. It really, really does. Obviously, there is a few punching gloves. There's also some spinning objects as well. The swings add a layer of element and dynamic that really increases difficulty. Really, really love that. 6 people have been eliminated thus far. 6 beans have gone into the slime. 7 now. It is really up to us to get to the top and try and claim that W. We are very, very close. Can we do it? I'm actually not going to go to the top here. I'm going to get a chicken power up just to protect myself. Oh, we've got it. We've actually got the W. Never mind. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Rebound Run, and what an opening round here for this upcoming show. I really, really, really love this map. I love the elements of momentum. The speed archers really give you a nice boost, and it really sets the pace to fast pace in this round. I love how this map is often included in ranked knockout, and it really does make me want to play at a competitive level. It really, really does. Because the quicker you do something, with the skills that you have especially, look, it just puts you in the zone, it puts you in the element, it makes you want to compete, it makes you want to get to Superstar, you know what I mean? So, 2 laps. Look, the 2 laps doesn't set a drawback to this map, in my opinion. I really love how there is 2 laps. There could have even been a third. Some people might dispute and go, well, Mosh, you know, that might be a bit too long. I wouldn't care because I love the fast-paced nature of this map. I know there are some players that do struggle and do take their time to the point where it does time out. That player count of the remaining competitors is around about 2 to maybe 4. 5 on a really bad day in terms of lobbies and skill level. But look, love this map. I wouldn't change a singular thing to it. I know the finish line has been revamped a couple of times, but I think they have got it correct this time around, because I think some people were getting both laps done within 1 lap. But ever since the changes to this map, I don't think that has been much of an issue since then. And they've done it a couple times, so I mean, they've done a good job as Mediatonic. Okay, we are getting very, very close to our second lap and completing this round. Another round and another day within this series. We are tracking towards 150 rounds, 150 days in this series. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Fruit Shoot. What an infamous map. It is a conveyor shooting fruit from a cannon. A couple of hammers, a start line, and a finish line. And a few little bumpers on the side to throw you off in case you do get caught up with the fruit and the obstacles on the side of the map. 10 people need to qualify here. I'm not going to mention too much because we are going to actually maybe hit the podium. GG's, 4th place. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Bubblegum Brew. And as you can see, to start things off here, we are struggling to get the chicken power-ups as they are not spawning on their spawners. We go over to try and get one that is actually spawning, and yeah, people are taking it right in front of me. So we are actually not tracking too well so far. We are not setting the pace nicely here. 8 of those spheres, those bubblegum spheres, have to go into the brewing soup. We have not got one yet thus far. No one has qualified as it's still the early game. But we are struggling here to start things off. But will we actually come back round? I know the results of it. I guess you guys will have to find out with me as we watch this all in real time. And another issue is some people don't go for the bubblegums. They go for their opponents. And as you can see there, I did actually cop a chicken straight to the helmet, and as you can see, the bubblegum got me on the helmet as well on top of that. So yeah, some feisty competitors in the field of play here, but that's okay. One person has already qualified. We've got our first point. Our first bubblegum has gone into the brew. Oh my I got that guy. I am getting a little bit frustrated here because I did get absolutely hammered. Oh my goodness, into the stew. Oh, it's breaking down here at the Bubblegum Brew Arena in the Blunder Dome. Oh, there's our second bubblegum, and this guy with the hat here, the top hat is, I think he's going for me as well as the bubblegums, but it is what it is. It does happen to us sometimes. You get those sometimes. You really, really do. 3 beans have qualified, and I don't know who or what I'm going after myself. 3. I don't know whether I'm going after my opponents or the bubblegums here. It might be a little bit too late. 6 out of 7 competitors have been the ones that have made it over the qualification point. Congratulations to those competitors. We got 5. GG's. We'll see you on the next one. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Mind the Gap. And in this upcoming round, 16 have to qualify before we go into round 2 of this show. And so far, so good. The flow, the pacing of this map, I absolutely enjoy. It does give me a bit of a throwback to some of the maps all the way back in LS1 or some of the earlier Legacy seasons. That could be Legacy Season 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. What a great era for the game. However, the game has definitely evolved, and I dare say, after the SS1 period of the game did take a bit of a hit after initial boom period throughout that, but that's okay. It does happen to all games. I really love this map. We are about to qualify here. Can we get there? We could even get first here, which we have. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Hyperdrive Heroes. 15 beans have to qualify in this upcoming round. Let's see who they are, and let's see if I can advance. I'm getting grabbed. The blue bean is grabbing me, and he's grabbing others too. Trying to eliminate me very, very early on in the round there. But we survive, and we track on. Like we're doing in this series, we are surviving, we are tracking on. We are getting very, very close to the 150 episode milestone. I really can't wait to hit that milestone and move on to 200 episodes. Woo! 200 days in a row, playing 1 round per day. That is going to be absolutely amazing. I can't wait for it. So the qualification count has gone from 15 to 11 now. We are ahead of the pack here. What a great strategy, Mosh. We have to wait though, however, so let's see. Let's see if anyone tries to throw me off. Let's see if anyone is trying to really, really stir up the field of play right now. I've got to watch out for that blue bean. I'm going to start grabbing 2 here. Why not? Because everyone else is looking to get some cheeky eliminations. As we jump over 1 beam, it looks like it got 3 people eliminated there. That's absolutely insane. We're going to jump over another beam now. We are going closer and closer towards the finish line. Only 9 beans can now qualify. And it is now myself and this pink bean. They're trying to grab me. And I'm just going to keep bouncing around. What a Bluetooth grab there. Wasn't really that effective though. Okay, let's get rid of some more hexatiles. Are we in front as we jump onto this hoverboard? Yes, we are still in front. Great strategy. Great strategy here. Only 5 beans can qualify now. Looks like we've got the more difficult variation as we approach the finishing stages of this map. And we really have to look out here. There are a few obstacles that can throw us off, including our opponents. And because it is the more difficult variation, I will have to wait for the hoverboard here in this scenario. Gonna watch out for the spinning hammer here that is moving closer and closer towards us. The pink bean is ahead. They're trying to grab me. What a silly, silly strategy. As we go into the hexatiles now, we can get first here. And we'll move on to the final. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Hexagon, and it is finale time. And as you might have seen in the previous episode's qualification screen at the very end, it is a 1v1. And it's low gravity variation, so this video could go on for a massively long time. Let's see how long this map will go on for. There's a huge chance that we may even time it out, so let's see. Only one bean needs to be eliminated to get a singular decision of a winner. But I honestly do think with the way that this map does play out, and the momentum and the pacing and the flow, I do dare say I think we are looking for a potential timeout here. I could really hurry up the pace if I want to, but I'm going to play it safe. Because sometimes going in a hurry for no reason does lead to mistakes. So I'm going to stick true to my word as much as I can unless they intervene. I'm just going to go one tile at a time. So please bear with me because this might be the longest video of the series potentially. So please bear with us. I'm going to try and keep you guys as entertained as I can. And I'm going to try and make sure this is as close to a one take as possible. Let's go. Let's go. We are bouncing. We're literally moonwalking here. This is me if I were to be on the moon with the low gravity. So, I mean, the pink bean was eating up a few tiles there. All I've got to do now is just keep on the same layer. I'm going to have to try and do the same thing. So that long jump really paid off. I am eating up some tiles here. Oh, okay. Now he's going to try and match what I'm trying to do here. I mean, good for him. Can I make this long jump with this dive on that tile? Yes, we're going to go down to the blue layer now. Only a few more layers left. And looks like I'm going to eat up some tiles here. And looks like they're going to do the same thing. All right. They're definitely matching whatever I'm trying to do, I guess. Or was I matching them? I don't know because this gameplay was recorded a few days ago. So, I mean, I know the result of it, but I'm going to really keep that to myself for the purpose of the entertainment of the video. So, I mean, here we go. Blue layer, they're on the purple layer. They're actually eating up a lot of tiles on that purple layer. I'm actually kind of surprised, but I mean, if your competitor, if it's 1v1, isn't on the same layer, I mean, it kind of makes sense. If I'm taking my time on the layer above and they are eating up the tiles on the layer below, as soon as I'm done with these tiles, I'll have no choice but to skip over that layer and move down pretty much 2 layers. So, I mean, good for them. Great strategy, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't expecting or anticipating in this series to have a very long video. But here we are. We're about 3 minutes deep. So, yeah, no one's eliminated yet. What a great finale. What a spectacle, some would call this. Oh my goodness. And I do have one person who has been previously eliminated in previous rounds watching me. Why? I'm not sure. That didn't really add to the pressure because I wasn't really looking at the amount of people that were spectating me. Sometimes I do, especially if it does fluctuate a lot. Especially if it gets closer towards double figures. But, you know, one person, so be it. We're going to keep on our game here. We're going to keep on our toes. And we're going to keep moving along. The pink beans actually slowed down, believe it or not. Look at them go. Look at them go. I mean, if I was the pink bean in this scenario, I'd probably eat them up as quickly as possible, considering how many tiles I do have left. I mean, if you're playing for a timeout, it shouldn't matter because there's a few more layers after the purple layer. You've got the yellow layer, you've got the very bottom layer as well, which is a few down from there. So, I mean, look, there's plenty of tiles. There's plenty of tiles. Time is ticking. We're about 4 and a bit minutes into the video. Oh my goodness. Here we go. We are jumping one tile at a time. Let me know in the live chat or the comment section if you are enjoying this specific video, because it is a long one. Hopefully you guys are. Hopefully I'm not putting you guys to sleep or I'm not letting you guys click out of the video. If you are still around, guys, don't forget, hit the like and or share. It does really help out the channel and it's free. Really appreciate those who do support this series, this channel, and everything we do on it. Whether it's a live stream, whether it's videos, whether it's shorts. Oh, what a jump. Oh, beautiful. We land right in front of the pink bean. We are really irritating bro over there, but that's okay. And it looks like I'm going to go for eating up all the tiles. I think the timeout will happen. Oh, what a grab. What a grab. They weren't quite successful with that. And they moved down to the next layer, and it's a timeout. We both win. GG's. Woo! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Night Fever, and in this Night Fever round, 21 beans need to qualify. Let's see how we go. I am going to opt for a little bit of a style change in terms of the formatting of this video series. I'm going to steer away from, as much as I love interactivity, the questions and the topics and this and that, and I'm going to focus a little bit more on commentary, at least for the immediate future. Not saying that that's going to be the long-term plans of this series. It's just there isn't much interaction in the live chat. There isn't much interaction in the comment section. I do appreciate those who do interact in the live chats and the comment section, but yeah, I just want to make sure the formatting and the direction is clear for the near future. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Towel Tag, and we've got 1 minute and 30 seconds to grab a towel, which we have. If we did have a towel at the start, we need to retain it and hold on to that towel, hopefully, as soon as the timer hits 0. So we need to have possession of a towel as the timer hits 0. And my strat here is to just keep moving, whether it's using the fans, whether it's spinning around the middle and getting hammered from that hammer. The objective here for me to try and obtain the goal of qualifying is just keep on moving. Yes, keep on moving. Let's see if we can actually bring that to fruition. And we've got about 45 seconds left. We're about at the halfway mark here. With all the towel tags, I really wish that it is those with the most length of time that actually qualify. So those who have the towels for the longest time to obviously qualify. But I guess that will never be a game mode, which is such a pity, which is such a shame. But yeah, having a towel when the timer hits 0 and potentially having it stolen within that last second is thrilling, is exciting, but very, very frustrating at times. Depends on which end you are of that towel still. But we're into the last 10 seconds here. Can we qualify? What a huge knock from that hammer. We still have to look out here, even though there's no one in sight now. Oh, we qualified. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Jump Club. And in this round, 4 beans need to be eliminated so everyone else can move on to the next round. Let's see how everyone goes, and let's see if I can qualify. And when it comes to Jump Club v Jump Showdown, I dare say, as cool as Jump Club is, I still have to give the mass favor in terms of what I like better to Jump Showdown. I really like how in a few variations there's extra beams, and sometimes those beams go extremely fast. 3 out of 4 have been eliminated. We've made it. GG's. GG's Jump Club. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Jump Showdown, and it is finale time. And quite the irony, in yesterday's episode, I was talking about what I prefer more, Jump Club or Jump Showdown, as Jump Club was the last round. We're going from Jump Club to Jump Showdown, back-to-back rounds. Can we win? 1 bean has been eliminated, and it is fan variation. Will the fan be the death of us, or will we overcome and become today's winner? 3 beans have gone down. Alright, Mosh, you need to lock in here. 7 have been eliminated. Wow, that's absolutely insane. Got to look out for those platforms. Got to look out for my competitors. Got to look out for the fan. And another one goes down. It is 8 beans being eliminated. No, oh, I'm on the beam. No, and a 4. GG's, we tried. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for the Whirligig. And in this round 1, 12 beans need to qualify. Will I be one of those 12 beans? We will find out. Beautiful bounce off of the triangle obstacle. ×2 there. Absolutely fantastic. I dare say this is probably the 1,000,001st time that we have played Whirligig as a round 1 in this game. Specifically for solos, however, in regular knockout, this is quite a frequent round 1 as well. As we go up the conveyor with a nice little spin, missing the propeller fan there. Luckily, we're not going to go forward. We're not going to go through the middle there. We're actually taking it to the right side here. And yeah, we're actually doing okay here. Can we keep the momentum and potentially get first? Maybe not, because some beans are ahead. Oh, beautiful. Here we go towards the finish line. We're going to qual, not in first though. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Speed Slider, and in this round we have to be one of the first 8 to cross the finish line to advance to the next round. So far so good. We are ahead and in the lead as of this moment, and we are tracking nicely. The momentum and the speed is right where we need it, although we do have a few competitors just behind us that are really stepping up their A game. Beautiful, beautiful turn of that corner. Not too sharp and not too crazy, but here we go. We are approaching the finish line bit by bit. Beautiful skip of that other slide there, and we're gonna go across the finish line in first. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Shape Up. And I'll tell you what, this, when it first came out, seemed to me as quite a confusing map, but that is not the case. In reality, it's quite simple. Keep an eye on the board, keep an eye on the balls. If a ball slips into a pipe with your representative shape on it, you need to move to another shape before it gets destroyed. And this map does typically end quite quickly, as you can see right there. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Royal Fumble, and it's finale time. We've got 1.5 minutes to try and obtain a tail. Hold on to it until the time hits 0. Can we go ahead and claim that? I guess time will tell as we find out and we all watch together. And we're about 20 seconds deep into this here, and still no tail. And the person with the tail, I tell you what, is really leading with quite a purpose here. They are obviously making a strategy for themselves. Never mind. Oh, they've gotten it back. Bit of a grab battle there. I was going to say the person that had possession of the tail was very effective in their lead, but unfortunately and inevitably, the tail was taken off of them. A few slip-ups and a few little mistakes did cost them there. And now we're on the hunt for the tail. Can we grab it? We are in very close proximity. Oh, we've got it. Beautiful. There's about 25 seconds remaining. Can we hold on to it? That's all we have to do for that amount of time to claim the victory here today in this 1 round per day series. Oh, look at that. We are going right around. Oh, they nearly got me. They nearly got me, but it wasn't enough, and we have to play a little bit sneaky here. Can we get the victory? 5, 4. No, they got the tail. Oh, we got it at the last second. GG's, and that's a win. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Seesaw, and this round is an absolute classic. We are round 1 of the regular knockout show. We need to be at least one of the 16 beans to qualify and race over that finish line. Can we go ahead and do that? I guess time will tell as the footage does roll on, and we're doing okay at the moment, considerate of the fact that there are some beans ahead of us, and the issue with that is sometimes that some beans, whilst imbalancing a seesaw does add layers of difficulty to this map, sometimes the seesaws unfortunately do glitch to the point where they're a little bit too vertical for a little bit too long. And if you're on a seesaw that is behind that issue, it does make it difficult to jump ahead onto those next seesaws that are a bit more vertical. As you can see right now, there are some people who are being hesitant to go to the next seesaw. It has corrected itself, thankfully. And yeah, the issue is you just end up sliding off if it's way too vertical, and that is such a physics and a mechanics glitch that's been the game for a little bit now. What a yeet! Beautiful yeet there, Mosh, as we get closer and closer to that finish line. Oh my goodness, we are doing well. We just got to make sure this seesaw's not too vertical. Beautiful. And we're on the final stages of this map. We will qualify pretty early on here. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Skyline Stumble, and in this round we have to be one of 11 beans to cross that finish line first to qualify and move on to the next round. As you can see, so far so good as we go through the low gravity and a beautiful jump dive, skipping a section of the map that not a lot of people surprisingly do, and it is quite easy and it's not too difficult, but I guess not all players think the same, and that's okay. As we go on to the disappearing bridges there, beautiful. We are passing that button. We're making ourselves a little bit of a unique path there as we press on that button. There is one competitor just behind us here, and if I look to jump on their head, I might be able to get over this little barrier here. Oh, beautiful, as we go down onto the slime slide. Jumps the beams, beautiful. Now it's flipper time. Now let's see if the flippers will be cooperative. Not that time. Take two. Let's see if we can get it the second time. We do. And that's an easy first qualification. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for the Swiveler, and I do believe that this actual round here will not go on for too much time. However, I do call this in custom lobbies for our live streams the Sweaty Swiveler, because I know how sweaty some of our frequent viewers are in custom lobbies, and when this comes around, it doesn't go as quickly as this. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Rotate and Eliminate, and it is finale time. 7 beans have to be eliminated, and whoever is the last remaining bean that doesn't fall on into the slime will be declared the winner. Will I be exactly that? And as you can see, all the beans are really, really close together here. Not much room, and the Boom Blasters absolutely blasted us into the slime. No! GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Tundra Run. It is round 1 for this upcoming show. In this round, 18 beans have to qualify. If I'm not one of those 18 beans, I will be eliminated. And so far, so good. We are in the top 3 as we lead everyone else on this very map. I absolutely love this map from start to finish. Going for an attempted Superman, fails it. A little bit upset there, and we do fall quite behind from a podium position to qualify for this round. But there we go, through the low gravity. Nicely done as we go towards the flippers and fans. It pushes me back just a little bit, but we get to the side of the map, which is a great strat to advance and get to our final fan. We do look out for the pendulum, and we qualify. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Frantic Factory, and in this round, guys, 12 beans need to qualify. How do they qualify, you might ask? This is a points map. You have to press 5 lit up yellow buttons throughout this round, as long as you do it in time to advance. And I've already pressed 1 yellow button thus far, which equates to 1 point. There's our second now. That is 2 out of 5, and we're going at quite the frantic pace here. Pun completely intended. No one has qualified yet thus far. In some capacities, this map can be quite difficult in terms of where buttons do spawn and your placement. I tell you what, as cool as a concept as this is, I am not the biggest fan of this map, and I have said that throughout many Fall Guys videos and live streams. However, because it hasn't been in the batch recording rotation for a bit, I don't mind playing it as a one-off. So we're doing quite well thus far. We're over the halfway mark with 3 out of 5 yellow buttons pressed, 3 out of 5 points. No yellows are spawning in my vicinity, but there's one right there that was hiding a little bit out of sight there for a moment. And there we go, 5 buttons, 5 points, GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Block Party, and we've got just over a minute and a half to remain on the platform to qualify. If you fall in the slime, you are eliminated, and here we go. Which variation will we get? Will it be the more subtle, easier variation, or will there be a difficulty spike as the blocks do continue to rotate over the platform? And I can hear a little bit of grabbing out there. I'm just going to spin around in circles until the sequences start to flow on in. And I'm getting grabbed right now. Absolutely incredible scenes here. You've got to expect that in Fall Guys public games, unfortunately. But if you're a grabber, I mean, you can always grab them back. All right, a minute to go here. Let's freaking go. We are still in. I don't think anyone's been eliminated yet thus far. Not like I'm fully paying attention to the right of my screen right now, but so far, so good. It does look like we've got a slightly easier variation than what I was expecting, but that's okay. 2 beans have just got eliminated right there. Got about 40 seconds left. A bit of grabbing still happening on the platform here, and we are doing quite well. Another bean has been eliminated. 30 seconds to remain. Can we wrap this up with a W and move on to the next round, or are we going to get eliminated to restart another show? And a few more grabs. This lobby is a bit grabby, I must admit. Dang, that's insane. We've got 15 seconds left, and now this is the part where you have to somewhat concentrate, because it only takes 1 block to push you off the platforms into the slime to be eliminated, and we are down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We survived. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Jump Showdown, and it is finale time. Can we get ourselves a W here? 7 beans to be eliminated, and we are in a great position here because it is Jump Showdown without the fan. It is that variation where you can really capitalize off grabbing your opponents towards the beam, so the beam throws them into the slime. But we just need to focus here as the platform tiles are starting to drop. Until there is 2 remaining, it will continue to do that. So here we go. I'm just spinning around in circles with them celebratory spins. Not much action going on thus far. There was grabs quite a lot in the last round of this show, which was the previous episode in Block Party. But we are still tracking on here, and let's see if we can add another W to our collection for this series. No beans are out yet, which I'm actually shocked about, because the competitive nature of this map does eventuate to eliminations, which is inevitable as our first bean, our first participant, has been eliminated. Now, Mosh, you really have to lock it in here. We have to lock in and focus. Will I go for the grab? Will I capitalize on any opportunity? got to be a little bit opportunistic here. And there we go. First grab, and there goes one bean down. That is the second elimination overall. Another bean goes flying. That's 3 out of 7 eliminated. There goes another. It's just one after another here. Let's hope I don't fall in line. Oh no, terrible grab, GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Dragon Dashes, and this is episode 150. That's right, it is round 150. It is part 150 in this long reigning series. Yeah, sure, they're short episodes. It is literally one round of Fall Guys per day, but what a series. We are 50 away from our next milestone of 200 rounds, 200 episodes. I am so stoked and I really can't wait for it. Thank you so much for supporting this series, supporting the channel. Don't forget to like and share, subscribe if you haven't already. And I'll see you on the next one. GG's. Thanks, guys. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Magnet Mayhem, and I'm not going to speak or yap too much. This round be over in a heartbeat. Wait for it. There we go. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Short Circuit. And we go from a very short round in the last round of Magnet Mayhem to literally this level, this round here, which does contain 2 laps. The first 8 beans to cross that finish line will move on to the next round being the final. Can I do that as I lead the pack momentarily on our first lap, going through those low gravity zones? Well, some of them are, some of them aren't. You're going to need to figure out which one is the low gravity zone and which one isn't. There is 3 sections there as we are about to cross the finish line into our second lap, and we are teetering between first and second. As now we've got a bit of a block here with this. We need to move this out of the way. Beautiful mosh. Let's jump on some beans heads there. There we go. We are pushing through. We need to get back on the conveyor. The spinning discs, beautiful. Excellent work. Watch out for those rods that go up and down. You lose a lot of momentum if they do hit you. And now we're back into this part here, which sometimes there is not a lot of low gravity for a lot of time in those zones, which does suck. There's some low gravity there. We dive onto the conveyor belt. Watch out for the flippers and the swinging rods. We are trying to cross the finish line here to advance to the next round. The Golden Chicken got a bit of a flip, but we qualify. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Rotate and Eliminate. And yes, it is finale time. 7 beans need to fall into the slime to declare a winner. Will I be the last one standing and get the W, or will I be eliminated as fast as I can say eliminated? Well, we'll just have to find out. Beautiful thus far. 3 beans just got themselves eliminated, and we are in the final 5. Can we get to the final 3 now and become today's winner for this video? I guess we'll all have to find out together. We are tracking along nicely. We're getting a bit of a pattern here. Got to watch out for the balls. Got to watch out for the slime. You got to watch out for the boom blasters. You really have to pay attention in this one, because if you don't and you slip up, you're going to fall into that slime guaranteed. And it's a bit of a drop when you fall off this rotating platform into the slime. It is a huge drop. And oh, I nearly got taken out, not once but twice. 1 bean unfortunately gets themselves eliminated. We are still in, believe it or not. Oh my goodness, we need to focus here. That was a close one. Oh my goodness, that was extremely close. Really need to be paying attention and locked in here. beautiful. We are still in the top 3. Looking for the win. We won't settle less than a win here today. Will it happen? It's a 1v1 now. 6 out of 7 have been eliminated. Can we stick in it? All right, nice work, Mosh. Still in. Oh, of course, it's the run. No! GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Dizzy Heights, and it is round 1 of the show. 15 beans need to qualify. Will I be one of those 15, or will I be eliminated right at the very beginning of the show? And here we go. We're tracking all right. We're at least at podium position right now, and as we get on to those platforms, there's always an invisible barrier there, which is absolutely absurd. As we pass the cannons now, go up the ramp, spinning discs, and we're going to go to the left side here, and we are flowing along nicely. We are pacing ourselves at the correct manner. There is an opponent right behind me there, but that's not going to deter us too much because we're on to the final stages of the map. I'm going to throw a blast ball just for the heck of it, just for the fun of it. There are more blast balls coming out of that cannon near the finish line. Oh, I think that was my own blast ball, but GG's, we qualify. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Fruit Shoot. One of the most simplest and basic maps within the game. And we just have to go up the conveyor, avoid the fruit, and cross the finish line. As we're about to do here, only 10 beans can qualify. This could be a very short video for this upcoming round. And it will be a short video as we get second. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Tiptoe, or as some would like to call it, RNG Toe. And as you can see, 7 beans need to qualify to go on to the next round, and we are already having trouble. And the rest of the field are also having trouble as well. Now, if you are trying to play this skill-base wise, you need to not just light up the tiles that are correct, but you need to also, as you advance, look for shaking tiles, because usually the shaking tiles does mean that those tiles are fake. Meaning if you do touch them, they won't light up, they will just disappear, and then you'll have to start all the way back at the beginning. And we're about nearly 2/3 of the way through the map. There's a lot of pushing and shoving and grabbing. I think people are trying to grab, and I'm doing it myself too, to push people forward to the next possible tile. Meaning, if it is a fake tile, like as you can see to that green bean there, if they do fall into the void, they have to start from scratch all over again. And eventually the lit up tiles do disappear too. So that means if the path is not fully lit up, they have to try and remember it all the way from scratch. I know, that's crazy, isn't it? But that's just the way Tiptoe goes in the game of Fall Guys. As we're about 3 rounds through this knockout show. The next round should be a finale. And everyone is still pushing, grabbing, shoving. I know I am too. And I'm going to take 3rd place. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Crack and Slam. It is finale time. 6 beans have to get eliminated before a winner is declared for the last one remaining, and I'm already out. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Treetop Tumble. And this is the opening round of the show knockout. 15 beans need to qualify and cross that finish line to advance. And what a beautiful dive there off that slide. Oh, beautiful momentum, but we missed the lily pads there, unfortunately. Oh! And the fruit has tumbled us overboard, and I'm very sad and I'm very upset about that, unfortunately. Oh my goodness, the fruit has played factor again. Oh, and that time we have made it through. Beautiful, beautiful sequence there, Mosh. Nice work. And we can still get the podium here if we can keep up to pace. And the Rhino nearly takes us out. Oh my goodness, what an opening round right now. One person's already qualified. Can we get second? No, we'll get third. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for leading light, and 10 beans need to qualify in this round. What you basically have to do is not just follow the light, but be in the light. So the zone time will advance up and get to 100%. If you do get to 100% within the amount of qualification spots remaining, you will advance and go on to the next round. It's the only real map that you have to follow a light around and be in the zone to try and qualify and try and advance. And we've gotten ourselves to 100%. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Skyline Stumble. And in this round, 7 beans need to get to the finish line to advance and qualify and move on to the next round. Will I be one of those 7? And as you can see now, we've gone through the low gravity zone effectively and efficiently. And now we've gotten into this section of the map where we're going to take the fan and look out for the bonkuses as we do that. Now we move on to the disappearing bridges. And there is a Yeetus there on the middle bridge, but we're not going to take it because, unfortunately, the risk is quite heavy on that one, and the reward is not worth it because you can barely get the reward of actually getting flung forward. Oh, bouncing off the top of the bean's head, and we have made a lot of progression there, and we were in first momentarily, and we still technically have the lead. Oh, what a flipper! What a way to get first, GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for roll-off, and it is finale time. Will I be the last bean remaining here and grab that crown, achieve the W? Let's all find out together. Will we do just that? And I'm going to bring up a bit of a topic of discussion, which I have steered clear of because of the fact that even though we've got a good portion of viewers that are watching this series, there isn't a lot of interactivity. However, for those that are currently watching this video either live through the premiere or are watching on a replay as it is in the videos tab and will remain there for the rest of the time, as long as YouTube doesn't take it down. In terms of Fall Guys, currently in its state of time of recording, February 2026, what makes you enjoy Fall Guys currently the most? It can be literally anything. It can be literally the shop. I know that's crazy to bring up first, but people do buy cosmetics, believe it or not, in 2026. Not judging. Is it custom lobbies? Is it public games? Is it joining streamers matches? Or playing things like arena, clan matches? Anything that does involve a Fall Guys competitive community outside of YouTube content and live streaming in general. Do you just play casually and drop onto YouTube every now and then to watch some Fall Guys content? Do you play with family and friends and pass the control as soon as you're eliminated in a solos match for public games? I don't know, let us know, because there is a lot of people out there, unfortunately, that are saying they still enjoy the game, but are the first ones to dump on it. Why? I'm not entirely sure. Like, it is sad that this game is slowly declining, However, at the same time, we've got to remain positive because the thing is, you won't miss it till it's gone. And I'm being straight up and forward and brutally honest with that. While some people do dump on the game and do hate on the game for what it is currently because it's not the same peak game they once played, I tell you what, if there is ever a day where this game does disappear and it no longer exists, I can guarantee you the majority will miss it. Even those who currently quote-unquote hate the game and those who dump on it currently. So, I mean, this is why I did decide to bring up this topic of discussion. I'm being raw, genuine, and brutally honest with it. So, yeah, let us know in the live chat if you are watching through the premiere, or let us know in the comment section if you're watching on replay. And 4 beans have gone down. We are still in the running. We can still grab this W. Will we do that? The other 2 competitors do look a little bit sweaty. I'm not sure what the blue bean is doing going backwards and forths though, but I guess a strat is a strat, right? Who am I to judge? I'm not that great at the game, even though I'm about 2,500 crowns in. Oh my goodness, we just got the win! GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Mind the Gap, and it is round 1 of this show of Knockout. 20 beans need to qualify to advance. Will I be one of those 20, or will I just be another elimination? I guess we'll just have to find out. We're tracking and progressing well here. We look like we are in podium position, or thereabouts, as we keep moving along here, keep steering forward. And we're going to take the right route here, and let's see how we fare as a fellow competitor bean does drop into the slime. They're going to have to respawn from the last respawn point. And we are making tracks and waves towards possibly a first place for the opening round of this show. Let's see. Off the drum pad, beautifully done, onto the platform that does move. And we are going to qualify first. GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Bounce Party, and undisputably, this is the loudest map in this game in terms of what you can hear within it. Off those bounce pads, it is crazily loud, yes. And that's not an exaggeration. If you do not have an audio track slider to turn this map up or down more so, I do feel sorry for you because it is loud as heck. And as you can see in this round as well, guys, your aim is to get through 15 hoops. The blue hoops being 1 hoop available to your points tally if you go through it successfully, and the orange hoops are worth 2 if you go through them successfully. And a lot of doubles so far, 12 out of 15. We've got to be at least 1 of 13 beans. Now there's 12 spots remaining as we've got 14 hoops, and we are about to qualify. Which we do, GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for big shots. And arguably, this has to be the most fun map within Fall Guys. And disclaimer, that's a joke. And it's over, GG's, and we qualify! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for roll-off, and it is finale time. To win, I need to be the remaining bean on the platform without falling into the slime. Let's see how we fare with this one. And 8 beans, unfortunately, will have their fate decided here as they do slip off the platforms and fall into the pool of slime. Let's see how we fare. Will I be remaining on the platforms or falling into the slime as we do in most cases, at most times, for most rounds? In terms of winning shows, I honestly think my percentage is nowhere near 50% or over. So, I mean, I suck at this game if we're going off stats. even though I don't even know my stats. But hey, no eliminations yet. Let's see how we do fare and how we do track. I've got to be not so harsh on myself all the time, because there are opportunities where I do get a crown or two in public games. There is an opportunity for me and Customs to win a sweaty game. So I need to stop being harsh on myself, but that's part of the entertainment of being a content creator, being a YouTuber, being a live streamer. You got to make it fun sometimes, and if it's at your own expense, so be it. I mean, my viewers absolutely love it that I do claim to have skill issue. And that's a prime example, GG's! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Tundra Run, and it is round 1 of this knockout show. 19 beans need to qualify. Let's see how we fare. And we've got to watch out for the snowballs here as we approach this incline. That is the second of 2 inclines at the very start of the map there. As we go on to this icy bit here with all of the punching gloves with succession. Now we will use the fan in an attempt of a Superman. We do fall short of the punching gloves, but that's okay. It doesn't hurt our momentum. As we go to this incline here with all the flippers and the fans ahead, we go to the side. That's a well-known trick in this map. Flipper 1, Flipper 2 wasn't as smooth, but it is not quite successful. Dang it, and we're upset about that one. Flipper 1 onto Flipper 2. Watch out for the pendulum, and we qualified. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Blunderboat. And in this round, 6 beans need to fall into the water to be eliminated, and the rest of the beans to advance to qualify must remain on this moving platform that is a boat with lots of blunders. It is easy to slip up in this map to get yourself eliminated. There is a lot of moving obstacles. It is quite simple if you're fully locked in, but mistakes are still prone. And yeah, honestly, this is a map where you have to watch out for all the grabbers or the griefers as well. Because once you get to parts where there's just moving obstacle after moving obstacle and you get that grab, you're probably out. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Slime Cycle, and 4 beans need to get themselves eliminated for this round to advance to the finale. Let's see how we fare. Will we end up being one of the 4 to be eliminated, or will we qualify? And you know what? Look, this map is a bit divisive. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but under certain scenarios, in certain circumstances, this map can be okay at best. And sometimes it is half enjoyable. I just wish it was executed in terms of design, in terms of concept, just a tad better, to be completely honest with you. I do love how this map gets increasingly difficult as time goes on. Yeah, if beans aren't getting eliminated left and right, the cannons will start shooting fruit. As you can see right now, the blueberries are starting to shoot onto the map, trying to eliminate other beans. And let's go, 3 out of 4 have been eliminated. Will I be the 4th? No, I won't. I'm qualifying. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Jump Showdown, and it is finale time. 1 bean must be remaining on the platforms without falling into the slime to be declared a winner. Will I be just that, or will I fall into the slime and become just another elimination? As 1 bean has gotten themselves eliminated, unfortunately. They're taking a dunk in the slime pool. And in this variation too, there's no fans, which is absolutely fantastic. OMG, Mosh. I can't believe you just used that one. That's crazy. Get it? Fantastic. Anyway, moving on. As you can see, the field of players are starting to get a little bit grabby. They're a little bit sweaty. They're not overly sweaty, however, but I do sense a bit of sweatiness in this lobby. Now we just got to watch out for the bar. Our bar will be the worst enemy here. Oh, we're out. GG's. No win today. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Little Leapers. 23 beans needed to cross the finish line to qualify. Will I be one of those 23? Will I speed run ahead and continue the pace that I'm setting right here to become first? Or will I hit the podium? Or maybe I'll fall behind after a terrible mistake and qualify in 23rd position. Or maybe not at all. Let's find out, as we are leading the rest of the competitors here very, very nicely. Will I take the middle? I certainly do by the looks of it. Beautiful strategy, Mosh. Not even jump diving there for the second last lily pad there. And yes, we qualify. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Jump Club. It is time to jump and not jump right into the slime. Can I be one of the remaining and surviving beans, or will I fall down a part of the 8 that need to go for the next round to go ahead and take place? Let's see how we go. The cannons are shooting fruit, whether it's blueberries or strawberries, and no eliminations thus far. That strawberry was very, very close though. And now the eliminations are starting to pile up as we walk and run around in reverse, jump over the beam, and we continue this momentum. Oh my goodness, we qualified. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Slime Scraper. And this map does contain the elements of a course map, a survival map, and also Rising Slime. Because yes, you have to go from the start line to the finish line, in hopes that you don't fall into the slime from one of the obstacles or falling off the map. But if you're too slow, you really have to keep up, because the slime will start to rise, and if you're not fast enough, you are going to become one of those who become eliminated. So let's see how far we go. Any real strats here? Not really. Any crazy skips? Not too much. I mean, that was a bit of a skip there, but who doesn't do that? I mean, with the low grab, that does help. The bumpers are pushing us up. We're on to the flipper now as we try and get onto the next one. That's 2 in a row. Beautiful. We go across the conveyor. Onto another one. Looking out for the swinging rod. Flippers, hopefully they help us if we can land in the right position here to get us over the finish line. And we absolutely botched that. Womp womp. That's okay. Another take. I don't think we're going to get first, unfortunately, but we'll take second. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Fall Mountain, and it is finale time. I need to be one of the beans, if not the only bean, to get to the end of this map and go ahead and obtain that crown by grabbing onto it. Will I be just that, or will I fall behind and just fall a little bit short? Let's see as we approach the bumpers and the hammers. We just got absolutely blasted there by that ball from the cannon. As we see competitors in front of me, I'm going to try and get a nice yeet. Oh, that wasn't too bad, but I don't think we have the speed. I didn't grab it, but GG's to the winner. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Dragon Dashes as I'm getting grabbed straight away. Don't you love public games in Fall Guys? I certainly do. This is round 1 of this knockout show. 18 beans need to qualify. Will I be one of those 18 beans? Or will I be just too far behind, get myself eliminated, and we'll have to do another knockout show for this long reigning video series? We're about 170 plus episodes deep. We are just less than 30 episodes away from our next milestone, which is 200 episodes, 200 rounds for this series as we go off the drum pad through the speed arch as we are heading towards the end of this map. And it looks like we will be able to qualify. Yes, beautifully done. We won't get podium, but we'll get 4th. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Short Circuit, and it is round 2 of this knockout show. 12 beans need to qualify. This is a map that does have 2 laps, so if you cross the finish line once and you are within the 12 competitors, you'll have to go for another lap and just keep up, unfortunately. I mean, fortunately, if you do enjoy the map, you know the ins and outs, and you know how to go from A to B as quickly as possible. And as you can see now, we're in the middle of the pack here. No low gravity, which has slowed us down tremendously, and we are making error after error, and I can't even do the emoticon properly. As you can see, I'm very, very upset about that. And now the low gravity is finally working in our favor as we go to the conveyor. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely insane. Off the swinging rod. Beautifully done there, Mosh, as we go into our second lap. Beautiful. Oh! We are not having a good one here in Short Circuit today. Can we actually do it? No. We keep bouncing off. I'm very sad. I'm very upset. I'm going to have to keep up here and maybe add on to the pace because we are falling behind here and it may look like we actually get eliminated. Will we though? I guess we'll have to find out together. Beautifully done off the conveyor. We get hit by the rod there, which we have slowed down on the spinning disc there. We have slowed down dramatically as 2 beans have already qualified. Can the low gravity actually go in our favor this time? Yeah, no, not really. Off the flipper, which has moved us forward, thankfully, instead of going backwards. Now the low gravity works. Not when we need it, though, unfortunately. 7 beans have qualified. There's 2 up ahead. We may get 10th here if we're lucky. And we do. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Gold Rush, and in this points map, I do have to get myself a rubber chicken power-up, and as you can see, those slime circles will eventually have cylinders that push up. They are breakable, and if I do break away those cylinders, they will determine how many points I do get, depending on the specific color, and I need to get 12 points and be 1 of 8 to do it. If I'm not in the first 8, then I will get myself eliminated. And as you can see, I've gotten 3 points from hitting that silver cylinder earlier on here. And it does look like the cylinders that do pop up like a whack-a-mole are starting to dry out. Oh, beautiful. Another 3 points as we hit that silver cylinder again. And we will have to keep an eye on how many chicken power-up uses we can have, because we're going to have to refill by going to that power-up every now and then. And as you can see, bam, beautiful 1 point from that golden one. Beautifully done, Mosh. If we can just keep the momentum up here. And I dare say this has to be one of my least favorite points maps that are created by Mediatonic. I will happily admit it. Great concept, horribly executed. There's nothing wrong with a whack-a-mole concept in Fall Guys. It's just poorly executed. And now I'm getting hit by other competitors here with chicken power-ups. Oh my goodness, it's becoming a bit of a free-for-all out there. And yeah, you got to watch out for the swinging pendulums. You got to look out for other players going for those cylinders as well, because if they do hit the cylinders with their own power-ups, then unfortunately that's not available for you to try and obtain the points from those very selected cylinders. 6 beans have qualified. We're in some trouble here. Maybe we don't qualify, and every time we hit the slime, we do go back to the beginning, and we do have to go down that slime slide and try and find ourselves another appearing cylinder. 6 beans have qualified. Come on, Mosh. We need 1 more point, and there's only 1 spot available. 7 beans have qualified. Can we do it? Can we keep it up here, and can we actually get that final cylinder for the final point? Yes, we do. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Pine Climb, and yes, that's right. Even after the previous round, which was an absolute show and a half, and I'm surprised we qualified, it is finale time, and we have made it successfully. Can we try and obtain this W here? And that was a beautiful punching glove yeet. Oh my goodness, what a skip and a half there, Mosh. Beautiful, but yeah, we've lost all the momentum already. And we are trying to scale this part of the map. Can we do just that? Beautiful grab there as the slime is rising and it's pushing towards where we are currently on the map. 2 beans have got themselves eliminated. 3 now. So we just got to keep moving and set the pace and try and get to the top of this map as soon as possible. Beautiful there off the punching glove. They can make for beautiful skips if you get them at the right time. A 4th bean has been eliminated now. And now we're on to this section right here. Jeff with that punching glove. Beautiful. Oh, too much on it. And that's going to do it. GG's. And we're eliminated. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Party Promenade. It is round 1. 21 beans need to qualify. Oh my goodness, what a jump dive onto the slime at the start. Will I qualify or will I get eliminated in this knockout show? It is round 1. Let's see how far we can get here. And as you can see, I'm avoiding the hammer that was actually pacing towards us. And we are keeping a good lead here. Oh my goodness, off the water balloon. Oh my goodness, we are setting the pace nicely. Oh my goodness, the water balloon was our downfall as well, and I'm very sad and very upset about it. But let's try and keep in first place here. It's not going to be easy because there's a few sweaty beans up alongside us. Beautiful. Off the swing. Can we grab onto this trapeze? Make it 2 out of 2 successful swings? Yes, we do. As we go to our 3rd and final swing. Can I land it? Nope, but we're going to do a slide dive over the finish line. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Pipe Dream, and it is round 2 of this knockout show. And yes, round 1 was Party Promenade. Round 2 is Pipe Dream. Yes, we went from Party Promenade to Pipe Dream. 14 beans need to qualify here, as we are leading quite nicely here. As long as we are trying to aim for the podium or first place, or heck, just within the first 14, honestly, we are doing quite well. There are glimpses where I am good at this game, especially off stream. About 99% of the time, I think I do well, despite the fact that we don't always win these shows in this series, but that's okay. That's okay, we make most of the finales. On stream, however, that's a different story. There are times where I do lock in, but the problem is, if there is a chat and people are trying to communicate with me, I do prioritize that literally 99 times out of 100. So let's see how we fare. The water balloons again. Oh, we're upset. We're sad. They are our downfall again. Can you believe that? And let's try and get through this pipe across the finish line. And we're 5th to do it. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Clumsy Crusade. And in terms of creative maps that were made by Mediatonic, I tell you what, this has to be one of the most fun yet challenging maps, I dare say, since its release approximately just under a year ago from time of recording. So let's see how we fare. 10 beans need to qualify. I rarely get podium, let alone first place. Let's see how we track here, and I really absolutely enjoy everything about this map. Once it first came out, I'm not going to lie to you, it was absolutely frustrating. I would be so ticked off with the last portions of this map. Heck, even this part here with the spinning bat, because if you get hit by that spinning bat, it ruins the momentum. Like if you were to get hit by an obstacle, like a pendulum or a bumper. And we're doing quite well here. Usually I'd get a little bit more flight and a little bit more traction there, but we've got the swing. We need to make sure we don't hit into that bat. Beautifully done, Mosh, and this could be one of our first ever first places in this map, both on and off stream. Let's see if we can actually get first here. This is quite easy to stuff up. No, we got it. We got first. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Jump Showdown, and it's finale time. I have to make sure that I'm not one of the 9 beans that go into the slime, because if I do avoid the slime, and I'm the last bean remaining on the platforms, not only do I win this round, but I win this show, and I grab myself another crown. Let's see how we actually do here. No beans have been eliminated yet. Slow pace beams, no fan spinning around the map. 2 beans have gone down, and we are just spinning around doing our celebratory spins over and over and over as we wait for the competition and the map to pick up a little bit here. Can we just hold on in this map for this finale? Let's see how we go. What's our strategy going to be? Oh, we nearly got taken out there, but 2 beans go down. 3 beans. 5 have been eliminated, and I'm still in. Oh, nearly stuffed up there. Another 2 beans go down. 7 have been eliminated thus far. Oh, what the heck was that, Mosh? GG's. Dang it. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Seaside Sprint, and it's round 1 of this knockout show. In order to qualify, I must be one of 20 beans that cross that finish line. Will I do just that, or will I get myself eliminated before this even begins? Oh, bro has grabbed me. Oh, and he goes to grab that green peaceful bean. How dare you? Like, I don't care if I get grabbed. Look, I've been grabbed millions and millions upon millions of times in Fall Guys public games. It is a part of the game. It's a part of the culture. It is what it is. But look, there wasn't a real reason to grab that guy. It's a course map. It's not a survival map. It's not where you have to push someone off the map in order to survive. Poor guy. It is what it is, though, as we keep pacing forward on this map, as we slide around and we run towards the finish line off the bumper twice in a row, 3 times in a row of 2 separate bumpers, as we now see the finish line a little bit more clearer now, and it's just a straight path over that line. Bro's flexing his ranked emotes, and he's grabbed me, but still we qualified. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for, you know what? It's Penguin Crab Party. I'm not going to pretend like I sound excited for this one. There are other maps I dislike that are a part of this series, but I'd tell you what, this has to be in the top 3. So yeah, it is time for Penguin Crab Party. I need to hold on to this penguin for at least 25 seconds, accumulating 25 points. It's literally 1 point per second. And we're nearly there. We are getting closer towards 20, and a great strategy here, Mosh, as we keep spinning around. There is a bean behind us. They'll grab the penguin as we qualify. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Slime Cycle. And here we go. 4 beans need to get themselves eliminated whether they touch the slime on the platform or fall off the platform into the slime pool beneath. Let's see if we do survive and not be one of the 4 that go into it. Let's see, 2 beans have already been eliminated. And yes, in the previous episode where it was Penguin Pool Party, I did call it Penguin Crap Party. Usually I call it Penguin Poop Party, so I was being nice about it. I was adding a bit of a variation to it. And yeah, I didn't sound too happy about that map being included, despite the fact that it is rare in this series. Like, this map is rare in this series, and I'm not the biggest fan of it, but look, it's still better than Penguin Pool Party, you know? I know, subjective, objective. Let me know in the comment section or the Premier Live chat. I think. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Dodge, Dive, Survive, and it is finale time. I have to remain on the platform and not fall on into the slime or get collected by the slime that goes over the platforms. If I do, I end up being eliminated like the 2 beans that just did just that. So I need to remain to be the last bean standing. Can I do it? I honestly don't think so, because this is far from my favorite creative final in Fall Guys, let alone the knockout mode. Let's see how we fare. I have played this map quite a few times in ranked knockout. I dare say my loss percentage is way higher than my win percentage, but let's try and lock in here and obtain another W and another crown. 6 have gone down, so here we go. The green peaceful bean is still in there. The guy who got grabbed from round 1 of this knockout, I do believe, in Seaside Sprint. Good to see him be a part of the finale. He didn't deserve that grab, honestly. He really, really didn't. But yeah, let's see how we fare. We are doing quite well. Oh, 8 beans have gone down and a 1. No way! GG's! Beautiful W. Woo! We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Speed Circuit, and in this map, guys, there is 2 laps. It is a course map. I need to be one of 24 beans to cross that finish line first after the second lap. If I don't, I'll be eliminated. If I do, I will definitely qualify and go on to round 2. And this map is really, really about the pace, flowing, and the momentum of the speed arches. If you don't go through those speed arches at the correct times, or you get caught up in obstacles like I just did there, and now the bumper to carry on what I was saying about the obstacles, you will be slowed down a whole ton as we go into our second lap now. Alright, Mosh, we need to keep somewhat ahead of some of the competition, because if we do fall behind, I don't see myself qualifying if we keep making these silly little mistakes. But that's okay, as we keep pushing through the speed arches, avoiding as many obstacles as we can, and the finish line is not too far away. We are literally 1 turn away from the finish line in our second lap. In order to qualify, what position will we get? We could actually get podium here. We could get first, and we do. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Hoop Shoot. And in this map, guys, I need to go and get 35 successful points. How are those points obtained, you might ask? Well, all you got to do is slide through a hoop successfully in order to gain those points. Pink hoops are worth 1 if you go through it successfully, and the yellow hoops are worth 3 points successfully. As you just saw not too long ago, we did that on point in succession. So here we go, guys, as we go and get our 14th point, second lap of the map. I really enjoy this map. It's a lot of fun. It's straight to the point. The points aren't that difficult to get. You just have to be quick. You just have to not make too many mistakes. And obviously with experience, the less mistakes are made from round to round as this map appears in rotation of the shows. So we're into our 26th, 27th, and 28th point now. As we try and finish off the map here in one little stretch. No one has qualified yet. Will I get first here? That is the question of the day. 34 as we approach the yellow hoop. That will get us 3, getting us over the finish line, and we're first. GG's. We qualify. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of 4, guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Star Chart. And this map here, I tell you what, I wish I could praise it more. I was going to go through how you guys get from start to finish in this map and explain the logistics. But you know what? I really couldn't be bothered because it's not in my top maps of what I enjoy. In fact, it's probably down the bottom somewhere. It's probably in the top 3 to 5 in terms of worst maps. In terms of maps that I enjoy the least. But here we go as we pretty much follow the leader. I know there is a board that pretty much displays the way to go, but we're going to qualify, so GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of 4, guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Jump Showdown, and it is finale time. I just need to make sure I don't go into the slime. If I do just that and be the last one remaining, I will grab myself the victory. Let's see how we go. And it's obviously a fan variation of Jump Showdown 2 as platforms will start to shake and disappear into the slime. There'll only be 2 platforms remaining at the end, considering if there is bean still remaining over. Meaning there are still competitors in play. Alright, 5 beans have gone down thus far. We're doing okay thus far as another platform is shaking, about to go into the slime. And there it goes as another competitor falls in as well. Beautifully done. We are staying on track here. We are staying focused. Surprisingly, oh my goodness. And the fan has claimed another victim as well. 7 beans have gone down. 8. It is 1v1. Can I get the victory here in this finale? It'll only be a matter of time. Oh, beautiful grab. Is that going to factor in? Yes, we got the victory. GG's. Let's go. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of 4, guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Treetop Tumble. And it is round 1 of this knockout show. 20 beans need to get to the finish line to qualify. Will I do just that? And we're into the low gravity zone. We're doing so well at the lily pads there. I'm a little bit sad, a little bit upset about that, but that's okay. As we're getting absolutely thrown around here with the bumpers. I just don't know what to say pretty much about that one. That was pretty crazy. As we go back on to the lily pads now. Oh, and we didn't quite make it over the barrier there. We're upset about that again. Come on, Mosh, you need to lock in. We need to lock in here. Now we're going over the top parts of this course. Beautifully done. I rarely go this way. And we're going to go on to these swings. Oh, yeah, okay. We're doing okay thus far. And are we going to get over the second one successfully? We do. 7 beans, 8 beans have qualified now. Will we be number 9? Yes, we will. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of 4, guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Magnet Mayhem, and I'm not going to say too much about this. 4 beans have already been eliminated. Just don't fall into the slime. Be remaining on one of the platforms, and you'll be a-okay. Just avoid the magnets, though. So, one person needs to go into the slime, and it's round over. Let's see. And it's already over. GG's. On to the next one. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of 4, guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Block Party, and here we go. One of the most classic maps within the game of Fall Guys. Minute 45 just to try and survive here as we go onto these platforms right now that are moving, that do have a bit of height to them when they cross over to the main section of the map. And as long as we don't fall on into the slime, we should be good. Just a bit under a minute 20, a minute 15 now remaining. Just a bit over a minute left. And yeah, we just got to avoid getting grabbed as well, because if we do get grabbed and some of these platforms do come towards us, we may get wiped out and we may fall into the slime behind us, because there's not just slime in front of us, there is slime behind us as well. So you got to remain locked in, you got to remain focused, and it is quite a fun map from time to time, as long as it's not too repetitive. But let's see, 2 beans just went down. Let's try not to follow their paths, as we've got about 40 seconds remaining. All right, Mosh, we've got to lock in here. We don't want that helmet going into use, whether it's colliding with platforms or falling into the slime. 30 seconds are left. Let's see how we go here. Oh, okay, nicely done. I thought that bean was going to grab me there. I paid close attention to that blue bean just before. And we're into the final stages now. As long as we don't make a silly little slip up, we should be fine. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we survived. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Rotate and Eliminate, and it is finale time. I just got to remain on this rotating platform that continuously moves. I've got to remain on there as the last bean remaining. As long as I don't fall into the slime or hit the slime, I will be declared the winner. Let's see how we go here, as 4 beans have already gone off course and have gotten themselves eliminated. GG's to those beans. Alright, we just got to remain in a bit of a pattern here. Muscle memory does start to kick in the more you play this map over time. Obviously, you got to keep an eye on what the variables are. You got to keep an eye on the structure of the map, the flow of the map, and you got to remain pressing the right things at the right time. But I tell you what, muscle memory does become a huge implementation the more you do play this. Oh, but the Boom Blasters are no match for that. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Clumsy Cabins, and here we go. 20 beans need to cross the finish line in order to qualify. Will I be one of those 20 beans? Oh, look at myself out. Let's see how we go. And I do sound like a bit of a broken record from start of the show, round to round, saying the exact same template each and every time, but that's okay. It keeps you guys informed. And yeah, let's just see how far we can get here. And this part here, you do have to watch out for the slime balls. You really, really do, because if they do hit you, you're going to have to start that bit again from the recent checkpoint. So you really have to pay attention and look out for them. And this upcoming part here, yeah, there's slime cones. Obviously, you got to keep an eye on them and not bump into them either. Same thing applies. You'll go back to the most recent checkpoint. But this part here, you really have to watch out for the slime locks, because in sections here, you'll have to go into these gaps, wait for the slime log to pass, and then you'll have to move to the next section. Before doing it again, as you can see, we go into 2 gaps before we can cross that section into the checkpoint. And here we go. We're into the closing stages of this round, of this map. Let's see how we go. Can we get podium? That stumble might have screwed us up, but we may take 3rd place here. And that's exactly what we'll do. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Jump Club, and I just got to make sure I don't fall into the slime and be one of the 6 to be eliminated. All I got to do is just keep on jumping. Jump, jump, jump. Let's go. Alright, we just got to watch out for the green beam here. The pink beam too, if you do jump too high like I just did just before. And also those who grab and grief. That's all you got to really do here. Sometimes cannons are in play, but in this variation there isn't. The cannons will typically shoot out fruit, more than likely. But we don't have to worry about that factor here in this round. Alright, we just got to remain focused and just keep moving. I think the moment you stop moving in this map, the more likely you are to be wiped out by the beams and also grabbed by your opponents. GG's! On to the next one. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Wipe Out Waves. And in this map, guys, I'm not going to speak too much about it because it'll be over in a heartbeat. Just got to watch out for pendulums. Got to watch out for any sort of obstacle, as well as the slime that is in front of you and behind you. But the map doesn't last that long typically for me to worry about like that. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Trick or Trapeze. And yes, it is finale time. I'm not going to hype this up like I'm going to win it, because this map I absolutely suck at. And I think I've only won it once, maybe twice. I just don't remember when those times were. I think it was once on stream and once off stream, but look. Anyway, all you got to do is get to the end of the map and grab the crown. I know, creative grabbing the crown is absolutely insane. It is technically a points map, but yeah, they've enabled a crown to be grabbed as a point scenario. Meaning, only one person can technically grab it, grab that 1 point, and it's over. Because it's a finale and we only need one winner. And as you can see now, we are tracking along at an alright pace. Momentum is there enough, but I think people have gone way too far ahead for me to catch up on. But we're not going to give up. We're not just going to stand there and be like, it's over, GG's. But nah, let's just keep moving forward. And let's just see how we go with it. Oh, the axes. That's very upsetting. Gosh, the axes, dang it. Alright, beautifully done, Mosh, as we keep moving forward. Off the trapeze now. Beautiful. I think someone's going to go grab that crown in any second. It could be over. We keep moving, though. And it is over. Congrats to the winner, GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Track Attack, and it is round 1 of this knockout show. 21 beans need to be first over the finish line for them to qualify. I think we'll do just that. Not trying to get ahead of myself, but I love this map. I really, really do. And we're going for quite the run here, as that bean that was just slightly ahead of us does go down, and we're in order to get first here. A nice time being set here for me personally. As we hit the Fall Guys sign, we qualified first. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Cosmic Highway. And in this map, guys, we just got to be one of the 13 that do cross that finish line first in order to qualify. Let's see how we go. I'm just going to try and keep the group here and just try not to make too many mistakes. Why? Because if you fall off twice, at least in my personal experience on this map, I don't often end up qualifying. Not to say that I don't qualify at all. There are opportunities where I do fall off twice or more and do come back around and do get that eventual qualification. But more often than not, I'd probably say it's an 80% to 20%. 80% being where I don't qualify if I fall off twice or more. So let's see how we go. We are on track to potentially get first here. Will we? No, we got grabbed. Dang it. I'm upset. I'm sad about it. Gosh. After this long recording session, my gosh, are you kidding me? Bro, that's alright though. We don't have to always get first. Will we get podium? No, we won't. GG's. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys. Another day, another round. It is now time for Bubblegum Brew, and this is round 200 in this series. It's day 200 in a row. We've finally hit the milestone. Well, at least according to my notes, it's day 200, round 200. If it's not, I'll have to make that quick fix. But thank you all so much for those handfuls of people that continually watch, that continually comment, and continually support this series. And I know I've been a little bit slack with replies in comment sections. I do apologize on that. There is a lot happening, especially when it comes to live streams, especially when it comes to off-stream stuff. Lots of breaks happening at time of recording. But yeah, I really appreciate it, guys. Make sure you continually, if you do enjoy this series genuinely, don't forget to continually like, share, comment, especially comment. And if you want to subscribe to the channel and you really do enjoy this series and you've popped across it somehow to some capacity, the subscribe button is always there. It's free. There's no pressure. You can always consider doing so. And if you change your mind, you know where the button is to unsubscribe. Really appreciate everyone's support throughout this series as we try and get one more bubblegum ball into the brew. Can we do that on episode 200, day 200, round 200? And is that a victory? It's a home run. GG's. Thank you, guys. We'll be back tomorrow for another round of Fall Guys.